Mayor, you are live.
Very good, thank you. We will call the meeting to order. By my clock, it is 5 minutes after 5 for the regular meeting of the governing body. Wait a minute. Feel as though it's deja vu all over again. We'll check our technology to make sure we don't do that all night long.
You're fine. You're good.
We're back in business. Thank you very much. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Cassett. Salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Lindell, and then invocation and remembrances led by Councilor Romero Worth.
To the flag. So as most of you know, I have struggled to have a voice the last few days. I've discovered a lot of value in silence, which is not something, it's kind of an occupational hazard. And because of that lack of voice, I'm going to ask that we just take a moment of silence and reflection to think about the roles and responsibilities we have been given as counselors, as staff, as the mayor, as the public, and just that we reflect on how we conduct ourselves and the work that we are doing on behalf of the community. So if we could just have a moment of silence to reflect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there remembrances that folks would like to call to mind at this time from the governing body? I would just like to say a word of appreciation for one of our police officers who was wounded in the line of duty and who we are thinking of and hoping for a speedy, full, complete, rapid recovery, and expressing gratitude for that very difficult and challenging calling. It's not even a job. It's something you have to be called to. And we know it's dangerous and it's hard. And we hope that this officer recovers completely and well. And to the others in our community who are struggling to make ends meet, suffering from health issues, from all of the challenges of daily life, family life, we also keep them in our thoughts and reach out to them to make their burden a little lighter and their journey a little bit happier. So let's take a moment and think of all of our community who we wish good times, healthy times, better times going forward. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Cassett. Here. Councilor Castro. Present. Councilor Chavez. Here. Councilor Faulkner. Here. Councilor Lee Garcia.
Here.
Councilor Michael Garcia.
Present.
There you go.
Councilor Lindell. Here. Councilor Romero Worth. Here. Mayor Weber.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And please note, we do have Councilor Michael Garcia zooming in, and he is present, but he's also, we have to remember he's virtual. So Councilor Garcia, please do make sure if you are weighing in and I'm not seeing your hand up, it's not intentional. It's just the technology, and please just clear your throat or cough or something to make sure we don't overlook your participation. Madam Clerk, take us to the next item, please.
Mayor, the next item is approval of agenda.
Your motion?
Motion to approve.
Mr. Mayor,
Hang on, Counselor, 1 second. There is a motion to approve, and I wondered if there's a second or not. But you want to withdraw your?
I'll withdraw the motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Start with a motion. So we have a motion to approve the agenda
Second.
and a second. Now, Counselor Michael Garcia, you're weighing in, sir.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an item, a resolution that was scheduled to be heard on tonight's consent agenda, and I'm requesting to have that item postponed until our March 27th governing body meeting.
Could you identify that for us on the consent agenda by letter?
I apologize. I don't have my agenda right in front of me as I'm on my
Mayor.
commute back home.
Mayor, it's item S,
Item S? Okay.
and I have an amendment to that amendment.
So to be clear, what Counselor Garcia is making is a motion to amend the agenda. And we need a second for that motion too.
Second. Yeah, okay.
Okay, and now Counselor Merworth, you asked to make an amendment to the amendment?
I believe that's what I'm doing. I'd like to see it come to finance, the meeting prior to the meeting that it's being scheduled for governing body.
So it would still be, if I understood what Counselor Garcia was saying, he wanted it held over until the 27th. Your amendment is to have it go to finance before it comes back to the governing body on the 27th.
Correct. So it would go to finance on the 25th and then, which is 2 days before the council meeting that Counselor Garcia is rescheduling it to.
Okay, so that's a motion to amend, or that's a motion to amend Counselor Garcia's motion.
Second?
God bless you. There's a motion to have the item referred to the finance
Mr. Mayor.
committee. Hang on one second. I just want to get it clear in my own mind what we're doing, Counselor Garcia, and then I'll call in. So there's a motion. First motion was to adopt the agenda. Second motion was to amend the agenda to hold over the item till the next governing body meeting. And then the next motion was to amend the motion to hold it over to the 27th and in the interim to have it go to finance. Okay, Counselor Michael Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As one of the sponsors of the resolution, I feel it best just to have it go back to governing body. I know that myself and some of my colleagues on the council will be working towards drafting some new amendments that will be proposed. And I strongly believe that those new amendments should be considered by the full governing body during our March 27th meeting. And I don't see a purpose of it going to finance where it would not afford the opportunity of some of my colleagues to not be able to speak to those amendments. But in addition, I feel that I have not been treated fairly during the Finance Committee hearings. As the sponsor of the resolution, and I was not afforded the opportunity to give a presentation around the resolution. I was only afforded the opportunity to provide comment after every counselor on the committee spoke. And I feel it's in the best interests of the legislation to be heard by the full governing body during our March 27th meeting. So I'm not in favor of this proposed amendment.
Thank you, Counselor.
Mayor.
I'll go to Counselor Merworth and then Counselor Faulkner.
And the only reason why I'm asking that it go to finance before it come back to governing body is that as a general rule, we have set kind of the way we do business is that we try to do the work of shaping legislation at the committee level. I believe our rules even suggest that. That we, take the time in committee to amend the legislation. So when we get to the governing body, there isn't quite as much that needs to be done. It can still be considered by all the members of the governing body. It still can be amended, but hopefully those amendments are not quite as you're doing some fine tuning at this level rather than having long discussions and really getting into it. And I again, we have a meeting set up, the beginnings of a meeting set up for next week to work with the sponsor of the legislation and the sponsors of the amendments that have been offered to try to come to an understanding so that those amendments can be brought forward in a way that hopefully we can all agree. And that is our process. So, and I'm sorry to hear that the counselor doesn't feel fairly treated at finance. The way we've conducted the finance meetings is that the finance committee does get to ask questions first. And if they had questions of the sponsor, there was absolutely nothing preventing the sponsor from answering those questions. And the sponsor was also offered the opportunity to speak after all the finance committee members had asked their questions, either of staff or each other or the sponsor. So I'm sorry to hear that the feelings that have been noted earlier. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm going to come to you in 1 second, Counselor Faulkner, but I know there are people for whom this was a very important item on the agenda, and I just want to point out that whatever the vote is on the amendments 1 or 2, it sounds like there's a clear consensus among the people who've been working on this. It will not be voted on tonight. So that if you're here for that item or you're tracking that item, I think both the sponsor and the people who have been working with the sponsor and with others on amendments would acknowledge that tonight it won't be voted on. So that whichever way it goes, that part is both everybody agrees on. Councilor Faulkner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also a sponsor of the legislation with Councilor Garcia. I would like to see it go to the next governing body meeting. I think we made progress in finance. I think in talking to the sponsors of the amendment, as well as working with Councilor Garcia, that I think we can hit common ground. We're pretty close from what I can tell. And so there's stuff with the ADA and disabilities that's part of this piece of legislation. And I don't want it to get postponed further and further and further as a sponsor. I think we can get there. I have just based on how finance went. I think the chair of finance did a good job of navigating the conversation. And so I would not take that as a friendly amendment as a sponsor.
Councilor Merriworth.
Mayor, I'd just point out that having it go to finance is not going to delay it at all coming to the next governing body meeting, which again is, what's the date? The 26th, 27th. So I believe the sponsor of the legislation, Councilor Garcia, is asking that it come back to the governing body on March 27th. All I'm asking is that prior to the 27th, that it come to finance on the 25th. And that does not prolong it in any way.
Okay, Councilor Castro.
Yeah, my understanding was that it had already passed finance. Is there any reason that you want it to go back? No, it has not.
It was moved forward. So finance, so under our rules, committees can hold a bill for one meeting, and we held it for one meeting. I was not at the meeting where it was held, and it was held for one meeting so that we could work on some amendments. The amendments were offered. The committee decided that voted it. We couldn't hold it anymore, so we had to do something to it. We either had to vote it down, pass it. But what we did was we moved it forward without recommendation so that it's here tonight. But the understanding was that the sponsor of the amendments and the sponsors of the bill were all going to get together and we're going to work out the amendments so that because there were some good things that were brought up during the finance committee meeting and rather than sort of piecemeal amending it, let's get it in the best shape we can. And I think if it goes to finance, we can, after our meeting with the sponsor of the amendments and the sponsors of the bill, we can put something, we can do a lot of that amending work at finance so that by the time it gets here, it doesn't preclude us from pulling it off, amending it further, having a conversation. But under our rules, we have tried to do a lot of the shaping of the bill at the committee level because time, as you know, is precious at this level, given all the things that we have to do. So I would just, again, it's not going to prolong the bill. I think it's just, we do have a finance committee meeting before the next governing body meeting.
Just from my understanding, it's going to be either at finance to be discussed and amended or in private with the sponsors and then voted on at the next governing body. Those are the two options on the table.
No, there's three options. So the sponsors are going to meet and try to work out the amendments because there were some things brought up at finance that aren't included in the current amendments. So we're going to try to massage all that. Then the options on the table after that is whether it just comes to governing body and we're going to do all the committee work at governing body, is I think what Councilor Garcia would like to see, or we can first send it to finance, do a lot of that work, then bring it to governing body and, you know, maybe fine tune it. We can still pull it off. It can still offer amendments.
Oh, okay. Counselor Lee Garcia, and then Counselor Chavez, did you want to weigh in after that, or were you just calling? You did. Okay. So Counselor Lee Garcia, you sir have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that we're at the point in time where pretty much every perspective has been discussed through the committee process. And I think that for it to only go back to finance would mean that the other counselors that don't sit on finance don't get to take a look at what amendments are being proposed. Obviously, they can see what's being proposed, but they won't be able to actually have a vote on whether they want that passed forward up into governing body. And so that being said, it seems as if a lot of work was done at the committee level. I think there was, especially at the last finance committee meeting, there was a lot discussed as to, you know, why these amendments, it's on record. We can go back and look at that meeting. And however, so that being said, it seems as if the sponsors of the amendments and the sponsor of this legislation, it seems to me that can be worked out and brought back to governing body. I think that's the direction that I'm taking. I plan on signing on with the sponsors so we can also have the ability to you know, work this out. And the reason that if it comes back to the governing body, then everyone can have, you know, it's already been through the process. And so to go back just to one part of the process, I think is not giving this legislation some fair weight. That's my opinion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to agree. I actually watched this discussion during finance, and I actually was really impressed with how my colleagues kind of worked through that. And I actually was really impressed with the sponsors' willingness to have these discussions and come back to governing body, which is what the proposal was, from my understanding. And so I think that because of the sponsors' flexibility and because the work already occurred during committee, because it did, the finance served its purpose. Everyone within that meeting that had concerns or had amendments were able to share what those concerns and those amendments were, and were able to come to consensus about working through those in private. And the sponsor was willing and flexible in doing that. So I think the committee served its purpose. To go through committee again seems to me like an additional unnecessary hoop to jump through, and it doesn't involve all the key players that would be voting towards that anyway. It was a great meeting. Like I said, I was impressed with how that dialogue went and how the team was able to come to kind of a solution. And again, it is both the sponsor and those that brought amendments forward and their flexibility and willingness to do so. I honestly agree. I don't see the purpose of it going to finance again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Counselor Mayorworth, you,
I'll withdraw it coming to finance. I do think it would have been easier just to, we'll meet with the sponsor, we'll come to some consensus, I hope. We could have put the amendments on at finance. We could have saved this body a lot of time, but that doesn't seem to be the interest of the group. So I'll withdraw it going to finance, and we'll just spend the time to amend it at this level.
I'll withdraw my second.
okay. We have a motion on the floor to amend the agenda. That's really what we're talking about. Can we call the roll on the motion to amend the agenda?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
We have a motion on the floor, main motion to adopt the agenda with, as amended. Is there discussion of that? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. And now, Madam Clerk, items on the consent agenda that have been removed.
Mayor, item 9B, 9C, 9L, 9N, and 9R were removed. 9B, C, N, and R were removed by Counselor Michael Garcia, and Counselor Cassett removed 9L.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't quite hear that. Is it N or M?
N as in Nancy.
Thank you.
Right. And then what we've done with item S is to amend it so that it will come up on the 27th. So can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Motion to approve as amended.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll on the consent agenda as amended?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And that would then take us to the next item, presentations, I believe.
Yes, Mayor, the next item is the audit update and overview, and we have Finance Director Emily Oster here to present.
Director Oster.
Good evening, counselors. It's nice to see you this evening. I am pleased to report that we are continuing to make progress on the FY23 audit. The Carr Riggs Ingram auditors are providing us with their sample lists. We are reviewing those and pulling documentation. And they are pushing to get their substantive test work done this month, which is great. City staff is pulling documentation for the auditors and answering questions. It's that iterative stage of the audit where there's a lot of back and forth during the substantive procedures. They are also, Carr Riggs is starting to work on drafting financial statements, which will be the final report. And Clifton Larson Allen is working on FY24, primarily on reconciliation and audit prep, which is fantastic. We're actually doing that during the fiscal year, which is great. That's really good progress and where we need to be to have an on-time audit for FY24. We are on track to submit the FY23 audit to the state auditor by May 15th. And we have a quarterly report that's due to the state auditor this week by Friday, March 15th. So when that gets submitted, we will send it around to counselors, which is what we normally do. And with that, Mr. Mayor and councilors, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director Oster. Are there questions for Director Oster about update on the audit? Very good. Thank you, Director. Keep us posted. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the 2024 New Mexico State Legislature update, and we have the city lobbyist JD Bullington here to present.
Mr. Bullington, sir, you have the floor. I'm not sure your microphone is live, sir.
Emily must have turned that off. Good evening, Mayor, councilors. It's great to see you. It's great to be here. This is my second legislative session as your lobbyist, and I want to tell you sincerely, it is a great honor to be able to represent the city of Santa Fe. I'm proud to live in City Council District 4 and in the districts of Senator Nancy Rodriguez and Representative Linda Serrato. I've represented smaller municipalities before, so when I got this job, I wasn't quite sure what I was getting into. So I'll tell you, being the lobbyist for the city of Santa Fe, it does come with some unique challenges. And that's primarily because we here are in the center of the political arena in the state's political kitchen. And that's what every capital city has in common. It is the political kitchen for that state. And just like many other kitchens, we got a lot of chefs in the political kitchen. In addition to the mayor and city manager, all of you as members of the governing body, we've also got some county commissioners, our entire wonderful legislative delegation, which is great. We've got the governor. We've even got some local private sector leaders in the kitchen. And of course, when the legislature's in town, we pick up about another 100 sous chefs, along the way. But look, they all love Santa Fe, and they're all very, very grateful for the hospitality that you show them when they're in town. And all the chefs in the political kitchen, they want the same thing. They want to make the best stew possible. Sometimes, as Councilor Castro will tell you, the chefs disagree on how much salt, potatoes, green chili, and pork to put in the stew, but they all want to make the best stew. And a lot of times my job in the political kitchen is just to make sure that nobody kicks over the mop bucket and makes a mess on the floor. But everyone wants the city of Santa Fe to be great, just like in every other capital city. And sometimes those opinions differ on how we do it. So I've learned that publicly displayed differences of opinion in a capital city are very normal. And as the saying goes, we just go through it to get to it. So that's a lot of what I do in my job, sort of managing the orchestra. And it's always great to see some of you up there during a session, as well as department heads, as our chiefs of police and fire, in the roundhouse in the session, advocating for those things that you personally have an interest in. So thank you, Councilors Castro, being there, Councilor Faulkner, and I see Councilor Romero Worth, frequently. And I see you both a lot, and I saw all of you up there on Santa Fe Day in the legislature, which I always enjoy. And thank you for making time out of your day to do that. I want to briefly just highlight some of the key bills that passed this session. Remember, this is a 30-day session, so we were pretty light on policy bills. That's normal. Not as heavy as last year and not nearly as heavy on policy as we will be in 2025. This was primarily a budget session. Now, you all were sent a final list of the bills we were tracking and monitoring. It's the final list after the governor's signature, so I won't go into too much detail. I am going to be ready for questions, though, when I'm finished speaking. There were a couple of modest gun laws that passed. There's no firearms now near polling places, and there will soon be a 7-day waiting period now before a firearm can be purchased. And I will tell you honestly, I was kind of surprised to see that one pass. We are a very large rural state, and we have a lot of Democrats in rural areas and ranching areas that tend to vote with the Republicans on this issue. But nonetheless, that bill did pass. And very soon, I think it kicks in a month or two, we'll have a 7-day waiting period to purchase firearm in the state. House Bill 252 was the omnibus tax package bill. Almost every session, there is some type of omnibus tax package. And this one has a lot of stuff in it. I have the spreadsheet if you have questions about it, but it included a couple of big initiatives from Representative Linda Serrato, her angel investment tax credit. It also has tax credits in there for buying electric vehicles and tax credits for energy storage projects. Senate Bill 148 was, I think, the biggest policy bill for the municipalities this session, and I wasn't even aware this bill was coming in until the head of the municipal league brought it to my attention and asked for help. This bill eliminates the administrative fees that the Taxation and Revenue Department charges municipalities when they remit your gross receipts tax back. And I wasn't actually even aware the tax department was doing that. But lo and behold, it turns out to be, it's quite a bit of money. It's a lot of money for the city of Santa Fe. So those fees that they charge the city of Santa Fe, and we're talking, low millions, will be phased out over a period of about five years. It was also a big session, I think, for Senator Nancy Rodriguez, who I'm calling out because, of course, she's not going to run for reelection. But she had a big year with appropriations for affordable housing and also other legislation on this subject that passed and is also highlighted in the summary that you were sent yesterday. And I live in Nancy's district, and I tell you, I'm going to really, really miss working with her. What a great champion for the city of Santa Fe. We also had 4 capital outlay projects from 2020 that needed to be extended before they reverted. And I want to thank Emily, if you're still here. Yep, thank you. She and I worked together on that. Thank you so much. And incidentally, I will also be starting to work on getting the funding extended for the Mary Esther Gonzalez housing project. That money was secured through a voter-approved GO bond. So that extension process is a little bit different and does not involve the legislature. Also, another thing I'll bring to your attention that was not in capital outlay, not on the list I sent you, but we don't know what the dollar amount is yet, but the city had 3 water projects approved in House Bill 148. And now that the governor signed the bill, these projects are going to go to the Water Trust Board, and we'll figure out how much the city's going to be. But this is going to be a banner year for the city in terms of fiscal support. So let me just conclude my comments with the big bill we all really care about, and that's the capital outlay bill. I'm not going to go through every project. You all have already been provided that list, I believe. It's about $18.5 million. Plus this, on top of it, we're going to get this water project funding. So obviously, in my opinion, and I hope you all concur, it was another very, very good year for the city of Santa Fe in the legislature. We have a great legislative delegation, and all of them care deeply about this city. I also want to give some special credit to the mayor and kudos to you, Mayor Weber. I'm not sure if everyone knows this or not. I knew it because I work in that building, but you were in the Roundhouse a lot. And not just in the Roundhouse, but you were in the governor's office a lot, meeting with her and her staff this session to personally help ensure that this city receives strong support from her on the capital outlay projects to make sure all of our infrastructure needs are met as much as possible. So, our governor and our legislative delegation, they're the ones that pony up their discretionary money to the city, and they deserve they deserve a lot of support and gratitude for their strong showing of financial support. So I'll just close and say that, the process of betterment never stops marching, and we are already soon going to begin working on the agenda and the priorities for next year. So thank you again for trusting me with your political agenda. It's a pleasure knowing each and every one of you. And thank you personally from me to you for your great service to our city. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Billington. Are there questions from our esteemed lobbyist who carried the ball for us? Councilor Faulkner?
Just want to say that I've worked with JD for a long time, and I'm just thrilled that he is our lobbyist because he is amazing at what he does. And so thank you, JD, for all the work you did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Others? Yes. Councilor Castro.
Similarly, I just want to thank JD, even though, it's a complicated set of ideals up there and not everybody agrees all the time. Thank you so much for all of your help and for doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Others? I just wanted to do the math a little bit. So, because I do think a great deal of what happens in these, particularly in the shorter sessions, has to do with capital outlay. So the the total this year, and I think you also identified some other revenue streams, including the change to the withholding of, or the, I don't want to,
Men fees.
yeah, the transaction fees. So that will become a revenue stream. The additional capital you mentioned. So if my math is right, we had about $18.5 million from all of our friends and colleagues at the legislature, with the governor and others really leading the way and being absolutely on our agenda. In the last session, if I remember correctly, it was about 14 million.
Mayor, and councilors, if I recall, it was 13.5, 13.8 maybe.
Yeah,
there.
so we're talking, I guess I just wanted to point out that these things don't happen in isolation. We think of it as a session, but in fact, there's a continuum of funding that we rely on, we depend on, we ask for, and we've been very, very well helped by our colleagues at the Roundhouse. If over those two sessions, we're talking about something like $31 million.
That is correct.
That is really a tremendous amount of support for the city of Santa Fe.
That is a very high number.
And it's a testimony to you, sir, and your hard work, but also everybody you named who is in our delegation, the governor, her team, the folks who represent us so well. And I go back to that legislative breakfast we had at the Teen Center. And that really was the beginning of this dialogue over what our needs were and what we were asking for. And that breakfast set the stage then for the session. And when you look back, that whole continuum of effort really was a team effort. And I think the city, not only the residents should not only be pleased with the outcome, but everybody should recognize that it happens because people work very, very hard on behalf of the city to get us the support and the resources we need. So good job overall.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would just add, about 3 years ago, the legislature changed the law or the rule really. And in just a few days, a list will be published and we will know exactly what legislators put up what money toward what projects, as well as the governor. So that list usually comes out about 30 days after the legislative session. So we will get that list, and when that's published, I will make that available to all of you as well.
That's great. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. So with that, Madam Clerk, we had the first item removed from the consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that item is 9B. It's a request for approval of amendment number 1 to item 23-0688, intergovernmental services agreement with the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District for fiscal agent services in relation to appropriations from the state of New Mexico for capital projects in the amount of 1% of actual expenditures. And Finance Director Emily Oster's here for questions.
And Councilor Michael Garcia was the individual who asked to be removed from consent. I'd first entertain a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. And now I think Councilor Garcia, I'll turn to you in 1 minute, but I think just to set the stage for people who are watching or listening and may not know what this item is about, maybe Director Oster could give us the overview, and then Councilor Garcia, I'll turn it to you for your questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. The item before you this evening is a request for approval of an amendment to our intergovernmental services agreement with the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District to provide fiscal agent services for our capital outlay funding. You may recall that back in December, the governing body approved a fiscal agent services agreement with North Central for 5 projects from 2021 that we were notified by the Department of Finance and Administration that we would be able to access that funding through a fiscal agent. So that agreement was approved by the governing body back in December. And then at the very beginning of February, we received notification from the Department of Finance and Administration that we could move forward with adding additional projects from 2022 and 2023 to the fiscal agent agreement. as part of the conversation with North Central related to adding those additional projects, they agreed to reduce their fee from 3% to 1% of the total dollar amount the city expends during the term of the agreement towards completion of the capital projects that are included in the agreement. So that was really great, and we certainly appreciate North Central for both serving as the fiscal agent and also reducing their fee for that service. And I do want to highlight that if it is determined that the city no longer needs fiscal agent services, we can terminate this agreement with 30 days notice.
Great. Thanks for that overview so everybody knows what we're talking about. Counselor Michael Garcia, sir, you pulled this item and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Oster, for that overview. Got one question because this amendment is moving forward with adding additional requests to access resources. And from my reading of the contract, that the contract is for $60,000. As you had noted earlier, Director Oster, that they lowered their rates from 3% to 1%. And I guess I got a question around how we arrived at the $60,000, because when I add up the value of all of the 22 allocations, it comes to a little under $18 million, $17,836,435. And so if we get that at a rate of 1%, that is far much more than the $60,000 that's being requested through this contract. So if you can help me understand what the cost of $60,000 is for, and will we be incurring additional costs for this contract?
Mr. Mayor and councilors, there's no dollar amount included in the agreement. It's just a percentage of the dollar amounts that the city expends during the term of the agreement. So I'm not clear on where the $60,000 amount is coming from. Councilor Garcia, can you point me to the page that you're looking at, please?
Sure. And so I'm looking, it's cited within the emails, I believe, that are part of the packet. But the last document that's part of the packet, the city, I apologize, it's not pulling up the page number for me, but the document is titled City of Santa Fe Summary of Contract Agreement, Amendment, and Lease. And within that document, it gives the terms, and it says total contract amount, $60,000. And so that's where the amount comes. That's where the amount is coming from.
It's page 21.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, Councilor Garcia, so this is the internal routing sheet for our contract form. It's not part of the agreement. And I think what this is referencing here is an estimate that I had provided to staff related to how much I think we could potentially expend on this agreement. But the agreement itself does not include a dollar amount. The agreement is a percentage of the expenditures that are made through the fiscal agent. So I think what you're looking at here is an estimate, but really we don't know how much we're going to expend because we don't know how long we're going to need the fiscal agent services. And we also don't know how much we're going to expend on these capital projects during the term of the fiscal agent agreement.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Director Oster. And that $60,000 amount is also on the memo included in the packet, which is page 10. And so I guess my follow-up question is, given that there is, as I announced earlier, there's roughly $17 million that we are trying to access with having this fiscal sponsor take on for us. Are we trying to access all of that or just a portion of that? Can you clarify how much of these 22 sources of revenue we anticipate trying to draw down once the contract is approved?
Mr. Mayor and councilors, Councilor Garcia. So the process that we followed for the agreement that was approved in December was that after the governing body approved the fiscal agent agreement, we sent that over to the Department of Finance and Administration, and they released the grant agreements for the 5 appropriations that were included from 2021. And those grant agreements came through governing body individually for approval. You may remember there was $1 million for parks, 1.8 million for the teen center, 1 million for Midtown, 300,000 for Tierra Contenta Trails, and 250,000 for the Santa Fe Homebound Meals Program. So the way that the process works is that after, if the governing body chooses to approve the amendment, we will send the amended fiscal agent agreement to the Department of Finance and Administration, and also the Environment Department, the Department of Transportation, and the Aging and Long-Term Services Department, because some of the projects from 2022 and 2023 are overseen by other state agencies, DOT, Environment, and Aging and Long-Term Services. And we will work with them to get the grant agreements drafted, and then we will bring those through the governing body process for consideration. And then we'll be able to start the projects, which will entail going through a procurement process. And then once we start to incur expenditures on these projects, we will submit our drawdown package to the fiscal agent for review and approval. And after that happens, then we'll submit the reimbursement request to the oversight agency. In most cases, it's the Department of Finance and Administration, but for some of the 2022 and 2023 projects, it's the Department of Transportation or Aging or Environment Department.
Oh, thank you, Director Oster, for that. But I guess I understand the timeline. So from my understanding, we're going to try to draw down resources for all of these available resources. But there is additional steps that need to be taken. Do you know how long that will take? And the reason I ask is that the governing body has been given the timeline that we hope to have our fiscal year 23 audit submitted by May, which is roughly about 2 months from now. And the process you explained, does that take a month, 2 months? Because my question is, out of these 22 projects, what is extremely time sensitive? What is not? Are we prioritizing any based on time sensitivity, given that we would be incurring this 1% charge? And if some of these expenditures or the resources for these expenditures aren't time sensitive, would it be in the best interest of the city to wait 2 months? Because again, if I'm going off the figure of all of these 22 projects, which is, as I said, $17 million, if we take 1% of that, that's roughly $178,000 of costs that could be incurred. And that's if everything was withdrawn at once. And so my question is the withdrawal of these resources being prioritized, given that we might be able to access these resources on our own without a fiscal sponsor if our audits is submitted in May as approved, and then we begin to work with DFA to have the approval to not have to access these resources through a fiscal sponsor. So
Got it.
I guess the
Director
question is
Oster?
this list?
Yeah, I think we got it, Counselor. Director Oster, what can you do to help with the issue of timing and prioritization?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councilors. So, the direction that I've been working off of is that we want to access these dollars as quickly as possible so that we can start deploying these funds and doing these critically needed projects. And so in terms of the timeline, the fiscal agent services agreement, the original version was approved by the governing body at the December 13th meeting. And we have all 5 of the grant agreements executed as of now. The last one went through, I believe, the last meeting of February. So, you know, it takes some time, but we're moving very quickly, and DFA has worked with us to expedite the issuance of these grant agreements. Additionally, while, you know, we are on track to meet the May 15th date for submitting the FY23 audit, it's not clear what steps the Department of Finance and Administration will take at that point when we're compliant with the audit rule under the executive order that they've cited as the basis for the fiscal agent requirement. They can choose to continue that after the period of time when we're caught up on our audits. So I look forward to working with the Department of Finance and Administration as soon as we've completed our FY23 audit to understand how that affects their assessment of the need for a fiscal agent. But at this point, we just don't know what decision they're going to make about whether or not to continue the fiscal agent. And the fastest way to move these projects forward and get this funding deployed in the community is by adding them to the fiscal agent services agreement.
I think the city manager has an additional process response.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, if I can add, we are approximately 62 days and 18 hours away from turning our fiscal year 23 audit. And what the leadership team at the senior staff level have been working to try to do is we've been meeting regularly since the session ended to discuss how do we move forward. There are a number of priorities that we are juggling, one of which is the importance of the various projects that are being funded. At the same time, there are some legislative strings attached, if you will, to some of the appropriations from different years. And so Director Wheeler is on personal leave right now. She'll be back next week. And at that point, we're going to sit down and look at the laundry list of all the appropriations made that are coming to us here in the next few months, and looking at creating that prioritization list, keeping in mind which appropriations have to have some money expended by a certain date. And, you know, do the oldest projects have to go first? You know, which ones are the most important? Which ones have other sort of priorities attached to them? So there are a number of features. And so what Director Oster and the team have been trying to do has been to, I think, if we are to move at lightning government pace, the idea that we would incur any drawdowns of these grants before the end of this fiscal year is ambitious, and we're hopeful to do that. But I think the 1% of whatever we draw down before the end of the fiscal year will likely be less than 60,000. And we've been on track where I think for the fiscal year 22 audit, once we submitted it, we received it back from the state auditor and it went public about 5 weeks later. For 21, I think it was actually about a month. So give or take, if we're on track in 62 days, 18 hours, 2 minutes and 32 seconds from turning in the audit, roughly a month after that, we'll be at a place that we will be compliant with the Audit Act. Our audits will be up to date, and we'll be in a position there as well to look at, do we terminate the agreement with the fiscal agency and what are our options from there? And so I think we're working under the notion that as awesome of a job as Director Oster and her team are doing and the rest of the folks who are working on the fiscal agency, the likelihood that we would spend more than $60,000 before we're compliant in fees is pretty small. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Garcia, you still have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Oster, out of the fiscal year 21 resources that we've begun to draw down with North Central, what was the total value of all of those resources? And have we pulled them all down?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, the total amount of the FY21 grants is $4.355 million, $4,355,000. And we have not submitted any drawdown requests. So as of today, we have not incurred any fiscal agent fees. However, the execution of the grant agreement did allow us to get the execution of the fiscal agent agreement did allow us to get the 5 grant agreements from FY21. So, you know, it's allowed us to move forward. We have not yet reached the point where we have expenditures that we're ready to request reimbursement for. I guess I wanted to clarify that part of the process. These are reimbursement-based grants. So we have to do the procurement incur the expenditures and then submit a request for reimbursement. So that's why the review from the fiscal agent will take place towards the end of the process after we already have that package ready to go to submit for reimbursement. I also wanted to just quickly clarify that we are not planning to pay the fiscal agent fees out of these capital appropriations. In fact, our agreement specifies that we will not pay the fiscal agent fee out of the appropriations. We are dedicating city funds to do that. But as I said, it's difficult for me to estimate at this stage how much the fiscal agent fees are going to be, particularly between now and the end of the fiscal year, because we don't even have all of the grant agreements yet. So that's, where we are with this, but we are not funding the fiscal agent fee out of the capital awards.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Director Oster. So I guess if quick question around process and moving forward. So with these 5 agreements that are already in place that are totaling roughly 4.3 million, do we have to move forward with North Central as the sponsor to continue to access these resources? Because if we do, that will mean that at the 1% rate, we will incur the charge of roughly $43,000. And so I guess the question is, once we enter into these agreements, do we have to access all resources that we've committed to, or can we say, well, we don't need your services anymore? We've accessed, for the example of the 4.3 million for fiscal year 21, we've accessed half and we're going to access the other half on our own. Can you help me understand the rest of that process?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I'm happy to address that. The agreement allows under the original agreement, under the termination clause, modification and termination, which is section I, that the agreement may be terminated by either party upon 30 days written notice. So if we determine that we no longer need fiscal agent services, we would terminate the agreement pursuant to that notice clause.
Okay, thank you, Director Oster. And in the instance, we're in good order with our fiscal year 23 audit, and we are deemed from DFA that we do no longer need the fiscal sponsor. And if we have not drawn down a single dime of fiscal year 22 expenses, we won't incur any costs. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, the fiscal agent fee is imposed on amounts expended and reviewed through the fiscal agent agreement. So if there are no drawdowns that are reviewed by the fiscal agent, we wouldn't incur any expenditures.
Okay, and the reason I ask is that, and maybe I misheard the city manager, is that even if we moved at lightning speed, we wouldn't be able to access the fiscal year 22 resources until beyond the May date that we've set for submitting our fiscal year 23 audit. And so I guess I'm just I'm a little curious, why would we propose to access these resources if our intentions are to have our audit submitted, and we should at that point not be in violation of any executive orders which would allow us to access our capital outlay resources, given our audits would be in good standing. So I guess, Director Oster, you and I can have further conversation on this. With that, no other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I think the answer is as your questions are really particularly about prioritization of projects, are really on point. And that's something that I think the city manager was speaking to most directly, which is we are in the enviable position of having a very large amount of money from a variety of sources. And our lobbyists just identified an additional amount coming our way for capital projects. That suggests that we need to do some very careful prioritization and planning, not only for our own efforts to get the money into projects, but also taking into account the different kinds of outside private sector firms that can do the work. They're very busy, they're crowded, and we've got to try to get into their work program so that our priorities match their capabilities. So with that in mind, your questions tonight have in some respect already begun, a conversation has already begun around those involving Public Works, involving finance, the city manager, different parts of the administration to get those ducks in a row. And if we don't need to draw anything down and incur any expenses, we won't. But if we have the provisions in place to make it available, I think it's a very smart move by the finance department to get us into that position so that there aren't any questions about our capability or our capacity to continue to move forward on getting these dollars out on the street where they help people. Any other questions on this item? We have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you very much. Could you take us to the next item that was taken off of consent also by Counselor Michael Garcia?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item is 9C. It's a request for approval of a professional services agreement with Clifton Larson Allen LLC for accounting and financial services in the amount of $3,097,000 through June 30th, 2027, and a request for approval of budget amendment resolution in the total amount of $392,054 from the Water Enterprise Cash Fund to the Water Division Professional Services. And we have Public Utilities Director John Dupuy online to answer questions.
He's on the Zoom. Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion, there's a second. I think, again, Counselor Garcia will do what we did last time, which is ask Director Dupuy to give us a overview of what this item is, and then I'll turn to you, Counselor, for your questions of Director Dupuy. Can you hear me, John Dupuy?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And the item that we're requesting approval for is for support of, give me 1 minute.
I hope you're not driving while you check your computer.
No, Mr. Mayor. It's for support with the Public Utilities Department process improvement. Related recording transactions in our enterprise database system, and we prioritize work provided to be responsive to any audit related responses. And additionally, we're developing these processes to complete these audit related tasks proactively, whereas in the past we were a little bit more reactive. And this is enabling us to take advantage of the understanding developed with the focus on audit activity recently, and everyone is still familiar, so that we can make these improvements ourselves and not be as reliant on consultants in the future. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Okay, you broke up a little bit on us there. So if there's anything you can do to get to a very good place where the transmission is clear and uninterrupted, that'd be super. And in the meantime, I'll turn it over to Counselor Michael Garcia for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Dupuy, for being on the call. Quick question, and is this a new contract separate from any of the other contracts we have with this entity?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, this is a new contract that utilizes the previous procurement obtained for a current contract that the city has with CLA, and that was to utilize the same efforts and not have to duplicate that work and enable the utilities department to still access the same staff that were helping us, and us be able to provide for the funding for that additional support to the department.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that clarification. And so this is a proposed multi-year contract. Do you anticipate having to use their services for more than 1 year? What is the plan right now?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we have budgeted for the cost estimate related to the support needed through the end of the year. Ultimately, we'll be caught up on audits moving forward, and we will have processes that enable staff to be proactive, and we'll have documentation completed throughout the year so that we should have, if any needed additional support, it being minimal. So I do anticipate there being some support, but because we're going through these processes, documenting it and changing how we do it throughout the year instead of being reactive to audit related questions at the end of the year, it should enable our staff to not have any significant burden to be responsive at the end of the year.
Okay, and when you say end of year, is that end of calendar year or end of fiscal year?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I'm saying end of year as in when audits occur. Unfortunately, that's been varied over the past year, having completed 3. So my response would be related to the end of year audit related efforts that occur whenever those are completed. And in this particular year, it would be 3 times. In this particular calendar year.
So you're saying that this entity is going to help with the completion of the fiscal year 23 audit, and then we would have another audit due, the fiscal year 24 audit due in December. So that's a second audit. Is there another audit that I'm missing? I just want to make sure I've got a clear understanding. And when I don't think, let me back up as well, because I don't think I got a clear understanding in regards to the cost at this moment, because it's asking us for approval of the contract that is roughly $3 million, and then approval of a company moving of roughly $392,000. And so I think that's where my questions arise in regards to, do you anticipate, let me ask this question, do you anticipate us fully executing this contract once it's all said and done at a total cost of $3,097,000?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I think I understand the question, and it's, are we going to execute a contract that has a total amount of $3 million? The answer would be yes, but we're specifically bringing a bar for the amount that we anticipate to expend, which is the $392,054, because we needed to keep the terms to the procurement. Our intention is only the amount that we're bringing forward in the bar. We're just doing under in the prior procurement.
Boy,
Okay,
John,
thank you.
that's a tough transmittal, John. I don't know if there's a way for you to get to a clearer, either get the mic close or whatever, but some of us are having a hard time following all of the specifics you're trying to respond with. So just Councilor Garcia and John Dupuy, I think Director Oster may be able to speak to these issues from this microphone here in the council chambers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councilors. Thank you, Director Dupuy. So the amount of this contract is based on the amount of the finance department contract, which is that $3,096,000. But the budget adjustment attached to this item is $392,054. And so the amount that's contemplated to be spent at this time is the 3 million, and that is the amount that's requested to be budgeted. So this will function similar to an on-call contract, where we're not fully budgeting the full amount of the contract. And as Director Dupuy mentioned, I don't think it's not their intent to expend the full amount. The amount is based on the original contract. And as Director Dupuy mentioned, they leveraged the RFP that was done in 2022 that resulted in the contract that the finance department has with this vendor. And that was done, the procurement method was selected to reduce the administrative burden and also leverage the efficiencies that we can gain by using Clifton Larson Allen, which already has knowledge of the city. And, you know, as Director Dupuy and his team in public utilities have embarked on their process improvement and business process redesign effort, we recognized, and Director Dupuy recognized that there would be efficiencies gained by using Clifton Larson Allen in part of those efforts. So while the amount of this contract is just under $3.1 million, the amount that is contemplated to be spent and that is requested to be budgeted at this time is $392,054.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, did that help a little bit?
That did help. Thank you, Director Oster. So it sounds like the request right now is to access resources for over $300,000 for this initial cost, but the contract allows for potentially up to $3.1 million of costs incurred. That would be the ceiling allowed through the new contract. Am I understanding that correctly, Director Oster?
Mr. Mayor and councilors, Councilor Garcia, it mirrors, the language mirrors the current finance department contract, which has a maximum of $3,096,000 per year, excluding gross receipts tax and expenses by the vendor. Again, I want to reiterate that the reason that was done was for the administrative efficiency of leveraging the existing procurement. And Director Dupuy estimates that the actual amount that he needs to spend on the process improvement and business process redesign effort is $392,054. And that is what's being requested to be budgeted at this time. So I would encourage you to look at this the same way we do an on-call contract, where the maximum is higher than we expect to actually spend, to allow flexibility so that we can encumber additional funds and budget additional funds as the need arises.
Counselor Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Oster. And so I don't think you answered my question, but from my understanding then now, through this contract, we can incur costs up to the $3 million mark. And then if additional resources are needed through this contract, there would need to be an amendment done through this contract. I completely understand the process how it relates to finance. And in that example, we've allocated additional resources because we've hit that threshold. And so I just want us to be cautious that through this process right now with this proposal, there is the opportunity to commit roughly $3 million in expenses for these services. And I guess my follow-up question to Director Dupuy is, what strategies or mitigation plans do you have to ensure that we do not hit that $3 million mark? Because I would like for us to build the capacity within your team to not need these resources. So I guess my question is, what plans do you have in place? Are you hiring? Or do you currently have postings open for these positions? What is the plan to build the capacity so we do not need the support offered through this contract?
Director Dupuy,
Mr.
did you hear the question clearly?
I did, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And can you hear me clearly?
Yes, you're good.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we've implemented not utilizing consultants for the work, but understanding and documenting how to complete the work. And that's what a lot of the focus and expense that we will incur is with the 300,000+ that we're requesting a bar for. And we have hired a public utilities manager who assists in our administrative and financial service support. And that was done recently. And our staff are being trained in these processes as they're being documented so that they can be done throughout the year with staff that we have, so that the effort isn't a large amount of need at a short period of time, which would then really limit us to needing a consultant in the future. So we're trying to get away from the need to have a consultant by what I often say is asking for the pole and not the fish.
Counselor Garcia?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I guess my last question is, right now we're approving the bar that would move over $300,000. If additional resources are needed, would an additional bar come before the governing body? And I guess that question's for Director Oster.
Director Oster, if there has to be another allocation,
Mr. Mayor and councilors, yes, additional funds would have to be budgeted unless they were already included in the Public Utilities Department budget. But if there were additional funds being budgeted, it would come through the governing body.
Counselor Garcia?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Oster. I appreciate that. And I think that's all the questions I have. No other questions.
sir.
I yield the floor.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Merworth, your hand was up.
Thank you, Mayor. So Director Dupuy, as I understand it, part of what is happening with this contract is you are building the capacity within the utility department to begin to do what you need to so that we can do this in-house, not just using consultants.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Merworth, that is correct.
And this, the source of these funds to do this contract is not general fund dollars, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Merworth, that's correct.
That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions? Yeah, Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I do want to thank the Utilities Department and Director Dupuy and Director Oster. I know this has been a really hard process for department directors and for staff to recognize where there are some weaknesses in our processes and bringing in this additional help. I'm sure that can't be easy. I know that there is a lot of work that happens internally. And I think that it is so important that we do make these investments now for the future, so that we are really getting to the root of some of the challenges that we have seen, and finding ways to make sure that we have the training, that we bring, some expertise in to help us move in that direction. So I think that's important as we continue to look at these investments, as Mr. Dupuy said, asking for the pole, not the fish. I like that. And that we, of course, we not utilize them to willy-nilly, which you all don't. You guys have been very judicious, I believe, in how you have been leveraging these contracts to get us on track, to make sure that we are building that internal capacity, that we are getting the training that we need. And I do appreciate you all being able to do that, because it means you have to dig in to the way things are being done now. And that's not comfortable. So I just wanted to express my gratitude to you, Director Oster, as well as you, Director Dupuy, and I know the countless other staff in the city that have been doing this tough work of looking at how we can do things better. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Oster. Thank you, Counselor Cassett. City Manager, your hand was up.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, sir. I just wanted to add, Director Dupuy has not mentioned this yet, but for a long period of time, the Public Utilities Department relied on a contractor by the name of Mountain River that both some current counselors and former counselors had declared they would never fund again. Director Dupuy has shown tremendous leadership and creativity in both letting the Mountain River contract lapse, working with the existing finance staff he has to stand up a modern finance division with his own team, and to find this CLA contract as a means to buy time to build out his team while still getting the work done. So I just wanted to flag the memory for many of you that this a year ago we would have been having a conversation about extending a different contract.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from the governing body? Director Dupuy, are you still with us on Zoom?
Mr. Mayor, I am.
I wanted to ask you briefly to enumerate or to unpack the term business process improvement. Because as I understand it, what you are going to be doing with some of this money is what is broadly considered a business process re-engineering undertaking. And while we focus right now a lot of our attention on the amount of money and where the money's coming from and how much money is involved, I think it's worth spending a minute on the benefits that are a result of this kind of an effort. And I'll turn it over to you, and then I may add some comments of my own, because this is something where I geek out on a little bit when it comes to the way in which organizations need to re-engineer their business processes. It's a fancy consulting term, but at the end of the day, it really has a lot to do with serving the public better, being more effective and more efficient in how our processes work. So could you unpack that term for me a little bit?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to do so. Ultimately, it's something I geek out about as well, and am very, I feel very fortunate that it is supported by you and the city manager in a very meaningful way. And we had staff attend training this week. Currently, the second day of the process training was completed. We have some leadership training tomorrow, and the general sense of the training is to understand what you do currently, have a brainstorming session with all parties involved to know what improvements could be implemented, and then have documentation using the original as-is process to then get buy-in on any improvements to that existing process, so that everyone's on board, everyone understands, and it can be implemented in a way that's controlled and doesn't cause problems. And so that's something that I think there's lots of to be able to be done here. And I look forward to being able to be a part of that, and having the great support to be able to accomplish that is like a key criteria to being able to accomplish that. So I've really been appreciative of all those pieces coming to fruition real time, and a lot of the support coming from CLA has been really helpful. And ultimately, it's a process that may cost extra now, but in the long term has great potential for significant efficiencies.
Thank you, John. I just think it's worth leaning into this, because when all of us on the governing body hear from our constituents, one of the frequently asked questions is, why do you do things that way? Why does the city do things that way? Whether it has to do with a billing process or a public works process or a land use process, all of these are processes that the public is interacting with us on constantly, as are our colleagues in other parts of the city government. And the answer all too often to the question, why do you do it that way, is because that's the way we've always done it. And in the private sector, that's not an acceptable answer. And it shouldn't be an acceptable answer in the public sector either. I think we need to be able to say, we're examining our processes, we are mapping our processes, we are looking at them in a systemic and systematic way, and then we are going to improve the processes so they work much more rapidly, more efficiently. They are more transparent to the public and to internal users. And we are taking waste and time waste in particular out of these processes. And you are taking that on for us as the lead on that effort. And I think it's something that people ought to appreciate, that it's really an essential effort to modernize and improve the way city government works for people. So it is money expended, but it is process improvement and therefore service improvement that the public will get as a result of this. Any other questions? Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the floor. Can we call the roll, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. Thank you, Director Dupuy. Appreciate your being with us. Can you take us, Madam Clerk, to the next item that was taken off of the consent agenda?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item is item 9L. It's a request for approval of findings of fact and conclusions of law for appeal number 2023-7619 in the matter of the appeal of the Board of Adjustments decision to approve a special use permit for Vista Hermosa Memory Care Facility, which was denied at the January 31st, 2024 regular governing body meeting.
And Counselor Cassett, I believe you were the one who pulled this off of the consent agenda.
Yes, I did have to recuse myself from this case and I will turn to the city attorney for guidance. Do I need to leave the room for the vote?
However, counselors, that would be my recommendation. Yes.
I will.
We'll call you when we're done with this lengthy debate. Can I get a motion on this item? There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there a discussion about this item? Seeing Counselor Garcia, I can't see your hand, but I assume you'd speak up if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm okay, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for checking.
Okay. No discussion. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
He is
Recused.
excused and
sorry, Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
yes,
motion passed.
thank you. If we could bring Counselor Cassett back while the city clerk takes us to the next item, please.
The next item is 9N. It's a request for approval of findings of fact and conclusions of law for appeal number 2022-6889 in the matter of the appeal of the Board of Adjustments decision to approve a sign variance for Santa Fe Trail, which was denied at the June 28, 2023 regular governing body meeting.
And Counselor Michael Garcia was the individual asking to have this taken off of consent. We'll go to him in a minute, but first, can I get a motion in a second?
Move to approve?
There's a motion and there is a second. Madam City Attorney, is there someone who would be here to answer questions on that?
However, counselors, I can try. I guess I'm not sure if Rebecca missed the notice or not, because I know she was watching for it today, actually. She had a few
I don't
things on
know
the
if she's
agenda.
zooming. She's not here in the chamber, so I don't know if she's zooming in or she's just not available.
I might be able to answer the questions though.
Counselor Garcia, do you, rather than asking the city attorney to try to give us an overview, why don't we turn to you for any questions you have about this item?
Sure, happy to do so, Mr. Mayor. And first, I apologize if there's a lot of background noise. There's the big national bike conference happening here in DC, and there's probably, no joking, 10,000 cyclists riding around the National Mall, which is amazing. Sorry for the side note, but my question is, why are we approving these conclusions of law from 2023?
Thank you for the question. Mayor, Board of Councilors, this is a case that's on appeal, and I think Rebecca is recommending that we adopt these since we don't have as detailed of minutes starting around that time. We are now going to be proposing these for cases so that we have more of a record. So prior to this time, we hadn't always been doing findings of fact for denial of appeal when it did not meet procedural measures. We used to have more detailed, basically verbatim minutes that we could use as the record. Now that we don't have those, I think we're going to be starting to propose these for any of those types of cases. So it's to be consistent with some of the newer cases that we do have these on record for.
Counselor?
Thank you. Thank you, Direct City Attorney McSherry. So my follow-up to that was we historically have not approved these. It's usually the board that approves our own conclusions of law. Am I understanding the process correctly?
Mayor, Councilors, this is in relation to the denial of the request for an appeal. The Board of Adjustment did adopt their own, is my understanding. I don't know that for sure because I was not at the Board of Adjustment, but my understanding is these are relevant to the governing body's decision, not to the Board of Finances, or sorry, the Board of Adjustments.
Okay, thank you. And you had said these didn't come to us sooner because there was an appeal process taken to the courts. And I guess the follow-up to that is there anything that would have prohibited these this coming to us before? I'm just a little wary of approving something that is nearly a year old.
And Mayor, Council, let me clarify. I didn't say it's coming to you because it's in the courts. What we'd like to do is be consistent with the newer cases that had similar fact patterns. This one just happens to be in the court. And we thought it would be a good idea to go ahead and treat it similarly to other ones that occurred after we had less detailed minutes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. No other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions about this item? Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion pass.
Thank you. The next item that was taken off of consent, please, Madam Clerk.
The next item is item 9R. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Counselor Jamie Cassett, Counselor Carol Romero Worth, and Counselor Signe Lindell, amending the Midtown Community Development Plan to clarify how the city will use weighted evaluation criteria to expressly prioritize the selection of proposals for residential development projects that includes on-site affordable housing units and or exceed the minimum housing affordability and community benefits.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve and there's a second. I'll turn to Counselor Garcia in 1 minute, but first, I think if you'd like to give us and the public that's listening that may not be completely familiar with what the background of this item is, perhaps you could speak to the proposal in front of us. I'm not sure your mic is on, however.
Thank you, Mayor. This proposal, which is being forwarded by Councilors Romero Worth and Counselor Cassett, are the sponsors, would apply a evaluation criteria that would prioritize projects that provide on-site affordable housing at the Midtown campus.
Director Ladd, were you coming up to add something or just to be available to answer questions? Just to be available. Okay, so Counselor Michael Garcia, sir, you were the one who pulled this from consent. I will turn the floor over to you to ask questions of either the sponsors or the staff who are here tonight. You can't see everybody necessarily, but we have let's see, Director Ladd, Director Brown, and of course, Karen was just speaking to you now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so just as a preface, there are some amendments that are awaiting the city attorney's approval before they can be admitted into the packet. And I believe myself and Councilor Castro are the sponsors of those amendments. And we are okay with what the city attorney is proposing. And so with that being said, we are proposing these amendments because we believe there needs to be some
Point
type
of
of
order.
tools developed.
Point of order, Mayor.
Counselor Mayor Worth?
We don't have any amendments in our packets, Counselor.
As I mentioned, Councilor Romero Worth, we were waiting for the city attorney to approve those before they're put in the packet. So with that being said,
I'm sorry, can we, point of order, can we postpone this item to later in the agenda when we have those amendments in front of us? I haven't seen them, don't know the nature of them. Would like to be able to follow along as they are described.
Counselor Garcia, is it your understanding we will have those amendments before us?
Mayor Robert, councilors, so as of this moment, I have the thumbs up from Councilor Garcia, and Councilor Castro had just emailed us. So I had circulated a small clarification from what I understand was being proposed. So I think what is being discussed is that I have not signed it yet. I've not received it to sign yet. So we are now processing that now that we know that the councilors are supportive of the tweak that I made. So I anticipate we will have it very soon. But it is not loaded. We could just put the,
I'd like to make a motion that we move this item to later in the agenda when we have the amendments in front of us and can follow along as they're described to us, please.
And I'll go ahead and second.
So the motion is to move this,
Lay it on the table.
okay? Their discussion? Madam Clerk, we're gonna vote whether or not to lay this item on the table until we have the actual language in front of us that is contained in these amendments.
Okay. Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Castro,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Faulkner,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
yes.
Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber,
Yes?
motion pass.
Thank you. So we'll return to this after the amendments have been put into the packet so we can look at them while we're considering them. Madam Clerk, I think the next item on the agenda is matters from the city manager, who appears to have stepped out briefly. Do you want to move forward with matters from the city attorney?
To matters from the city attorney.
Mayor, councilors, I just closed the agenda, it looks like, so I'm pulling it back up. Oh, thank you. I've got the hard copy. So I am recommending an executive session tonight for two different purposes. One, for discussion of bargaining strategy in preparation for collective bargaining negotiations pursuant to subpart H5 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, 10-15-1, and then secondarily for attorney-client privilege discussion of three cases, in particular, City of Santa Fe versus the Board of County Commissioners, Santa Fe County, and Hill et al. City of City of Santa Fe. And third, Bruce Throne et al. Versus the City of Santa Fe and Pierre Amistoy.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Councilor Romero Worth, is there a motion?
Yes. So I guess I'm moving for a couple different things, if the city attorney can help me. I move that we enter into an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, subpart 5, for discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations. Was there another item?
Yes, Mayor Weber, Counselor, it's the, in section H7 for attorney-client privilege discussion of pending litigation.
Okay, so I'm moving that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Lindell. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. We're going to go into executive session. I'll note that it is about 6:45. We try to have our petitions from the floor as close to 7 as possible, so we will try to get through this executive session and return. At that time, I will propose we alter our agenda to get petitions from the floor in front of us as quickly as possible. Thank you, everybody.
I had an old one up.
Madam Clerk, I think we have a quorum here. And we're still live, right?
Yes, we are, Mayor.
Okay, very well. Counselor Romero Worth, I would entertain a motion from you.
Mayor, pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15 1J, I move that the governing body reconvene an open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure and listed on the caption of the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, I know some of our members haven't quite rejoined us, but I think we have a quorum so we can vote on that motion.
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. And I would entertain a second motion now to alter our agenda so that we move directly to petitions from the floor from people both in the chamber and on Zoom.
Mayor, I would move that we go to petitions from the floor as our next order of business.
You have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll on that motion, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Very good. So we have folks lined up already, which is good. And then we probably have some folks in the Zoom area waiting their turn. I would ask everybody to come up, make sure the mic is working, give us your name. Everybody will be accorded a chance for 2 minutes to speak to anything that is not a public hearing tonight. I don't believe we have any public hearings tonight. So whatever is a priority for you, and the clerk will keep the clock. Please abide by it as much as you can. We have a lot of folks who want to be heard tonight. So please step up.
Joe Sheps, 200 Valle del Sol, Santa Fe, New Mexico. This Sunday, I awoke to the obnoxious and intentional noise of a recognizable daily lawbreaker roaring out Bishop's Lodge Road. I believe you counselors reside in the district you represent, so you must have heard many complaints from your constituents and neighbors about the unfairness and irresponsibility concerning the lack of enforcement of the noise ordinances. The drivers of these illegally modified muffler-equipped vehicles act with selfish arrogance and self-righteousness because they have never been fined and punished. These people are stealing every citizen's right to quiet enjoyment of their lives, which has a value equal to a felony robbery. I hope the new counselors can work with the existing counselors to make your highest priority the installation of noise cameras and the raising of the noise code fines to a degree that has a painful impact on these abusers. No first warning should be issued, as these motorists know exactly the effect their behavior has on the citizens and tourists in this city. While I wait to see if you as a body with the mayor can create a coalition to act immediately on the noise issue, I will pursue these options. And believe me, this is one of the saddest days of my life in 53 years living in this town. First, I'm requesting that these funds, credit card, cash, or check, be used for hiring of one police officer on double time pay to record the decibel levels and ticket the offenders along the one block of East Alameda where the Inn on the Alameda is located. I brought cash, a check, and a credit card to pay the city to immediately have the police department do this. I cannot as a citizen. Mr. Mayor, sir, it hurts me, but I am going to begin a recall of the mayor to motivate you, sir, to act as a leader in this matter and create a functioning coalition of councilors to act aggressively and immediately on the position. 3, I will regrettably commence a legal action to the courts against the mayor under section 5.01H of the Santa Fe Municipal Charter, whereby the office of the mayor's powers and duties are to cause the ordinances and regulations of the city to be faithfully and constantly obeyed. And again, Alan, I apologize.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see what you can do.
Thank you, sir.
Can I leave money and a check and all this to the clerk?
You can pass it over to the city clerk, sure.
Thank you, sir.
We don't want your credit card, sir. Please don't leave us anything that will get us into trouble.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stephen Fox, founder of United Nations Santa Fe. Thank you for those of you who acknowledge receiving my correspondence. It's about half of this group. I'm happy to say that, you know, if you've been following what I'm sending you, you can see what's going on in The Hague. International law is completely being redefined. 53 nations testified on behalf of Palestine. I'm glad to see 7 Palestinians or Palestinian garments here tonight. And I want to ask you to respond to my email today. Just a simple yes or no. Can this chamber be used for a meeting, to have an open town hall meeting to discuss the future of Santa Fe's not chapter, branch of the United Nations? It's a very important distinction. And I mean, I don't think I can poll the counselors right now. That's probably got a special permission to do that. But if one of you would let me know, you're all welcome to appear at it and hear what Santa Feans have to say. So you can respond to my emails. I'll keep sending them to you. They get longer and longer. My mailing list gets longer and longer and longer. And you know, I'm happy to say that I told you at the beginning of this effort that His Majesty the King of Spain and his wife, the journalist named Letizia, and their daughter, the next Queen of Spain, they recognized what I was saying almost 4 years ago. And so now it's down to the wire. Either we can use this room. You can be present. No one will sit in your chairs. I made that clear. I made that real clear 3 or 4 times. So, and it'd be great if you could participate, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. You're next.
Mr. Mayor, I'm Stephen Lemon. I own Pranzo Italian Grill Restaurant at 321 Johnson Street. And I'm here to talk about the homeless and the serious problems we're having with dealing with the homeless. There's no police presence downtown. Since the beginning of last year, I spent $32,000 to harden my building and myself against the homeless and the stealing. They broke out all 3 of our plate glass doors last year. They broke the window into my office. We had to go back and seal off the window to the office, put up bars. I have 16 cameras on my building. I can see all the way to San Francisco Street. I can see all the way down past Mackenzie Street, down Guadalupe. I can see halfway up Johnson Street. And the amount of crime that we have now is absurd. What I'm going to tell you, I have on film, okay? So I'm cleaning up feces on a regular basis, okay? It's not fun. It's not mine. You guys don't have to deal with feces in your parking lots or your homes or your businesses. I have to clean this shit up. I'm a cook. First and foremost, I'm a cook. But every morning, I'm a business owner. And I have to go out in my parking lot, use chemicals, equipment, buckets. I have to dispose of these items after every incident because they're contaminated now. I'm cleaning shit up constantly. They do it in front of my doors. They do it in my alleys. This is wrong. And I have to clean it up to keep you guys safe. The solution to pollution is dilution, okay? That's scientific fact. I cannot wash shit down the street.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, it's not good.
Yes, sir.
I mean, what are we gonna do about the homeless and the drugs and everybody else? Sir, they come on my property and they break up stolen property.
Thank you,
They
sir.
smoke crack on my property.
Sorry, your time's up, sir. Thank you.
Sure, I really appreciate you ignoring me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, councilors, mayor, city staff, and everyone in attendance. My name is Zoe Whittle. I'm here tonight representing the workers of AFSCME Local 3999, the largest group of our city's workforce, to tell you all on public record why our union has postponed the city's proposed increases for our membership this fiscal year. As it stands, we have reviewed the proposed compensation study and our increases and found issues we have brought to the attention of city administration. Among the hybrid parity plan increase, we found that among our membership, those who have only worked in one classification throughout their employment with the city and have worked with the city for over 15 years have been offered increases that, even if given 100% of the proposed hybrid parity plan, would not bring these members to even the midpoint of their new pay ranges. The proposed pay ranges for some of the job classifications are still undervalued. The city is understaffed in many areas, and we believe the proposed pay ranges for several job descriptions are still not competitive to attract workers to the city to fill essential jobs and keep them. In addition, the union could not duplicate the results for the 25-year hybrid parity figures given from Evergreen Solutions LLC for any of the classifications and requested the formula they were using to no avail, no response, channeling our request through human resources. We appreciate the time, work, and investment the city has put into both conducting and implementing this study. We intend to work with both the administration and the governing body to ensure that our membership gets the proper money this study has proven they need so that we can continue to provide critical services to the people in and around Santa Fe while ensuring we retain skilled labor and show the rest of the nation that the city of Santa Fe is willing to properly invest in its workers. I have a graph that I would like to pass around to everyone. We've blacked out the names, but this is some of the discrepancies that we have found.
Thank you. Do you want to just pass that over to the clerk? She'll make sure she gets it to us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Jeffrey Haas. I'm a civil rights and human rights attorney, and I've been practicing law for over 50 years in Chicago and the last 15 in New Mexico. I've represented civil rights leaders, anti-war protesters from the Vietnam, Central America, and Iraqi wars, as well as AIDS activists, water protectors at Standing Rock. It is not surprising that my concern for human and civil rights, as well as my core Jewish value of do not do unto others what you would not want done to you, requires me to take action against the current genocide going on in Gaza. It is not only a legal and political obligation, but a moral one to oppose the bombing and now starvation of Gazans. To be silent is to be complicit, or as was said in the 1980s, silence equals death. In many ways, this is the moral issue of our time. What this council does makes a difference. The U.S. anti-apartheid movement started with a city council resolution in Cambridge, Massachusetts. We can stop this and make a difference. We live in Santa Fe because we have values that require us to speak out and up against Israeli atrocities like bombing hospitals and entire villages, mosques and schools, and deliberately cutting off food, water, and illegal and medical supplies. More people are starving and dying of disease every day, and the bombing with U.S. weaponry continues. Moreover, the U.S. has stopped funding UNRWA, the main United Nations agency for food, water, medical support, and schools to millions of Palestinian refugees everywhere. Please support our permanent ceasefire now resolution. It includes defunding genocide, refunding UNRWA, free flow of humanitarian aid, and an end to the siege of Gaza and the occupation. Thank you much. We intend to be here in numbers. Unfortunately, I think the statistics of people starving, dying of bombing is only going to increase, and we urge you to take action as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, and the public. My name is Roberto Royval. I was born and raised here in Santa Fe, and I live in District 1. Beginning in 1957, I went to school at Our Lady of Guadalupe Catholic School for 8 years, where we were taught the Holy Bible. In this Bible, there are 10 commandments. Do you remember the 6th commandment? The 6th commandment says, "Thou shalt not murder." Later, I learned about the United Nations Genocide Convention, which has been ratified by the United States government. This convention defines genocide as any of 5 acts, which are, number 1, killing members of a national group. Number 2, causing a group serious bodily or mental harm. Number 3, imposing living conditions intended to destroy a group of people. Number 4, preventing births and forcibly transferring children from their parents. Number 5, victims are targeted because of their membership of a group and not randomly. Israel has committed all 5 of these acts of genocide against the Palestinian people. This is the epitome of human evil. This is not a war in Palestine. The Palestinians have no army, no navy, no tanks, no missiles, no fighters, no jets, no warships. This is not a war. This is genocide. Since 1949, the U.S. government has given Israel $260 billion. $260 billion. That's your tax money and our tax money. Now Biden wants to give Israel another $14 billion for more weapons to murder more Palestinians. Therefore, I beg you, our city councilors, to introduce and support a resolution to demand a permanent ceasefire and an end to the atrocities in Palestine, and do it immediately. Since last October 7th, Israel has murdered almost 45,000 Palestinians. Almost half of them are children. That is an average of 281 Palestinians deaths every day, including this moment, people are dying there. This genocide is a diabolical act against humanity. Please make the citizens of Santa Fe proud by standing up and declaring that Santa Fe demands a permanent ceasefire in Palestine and to stop the genocide. All we are saying is give peace a chance. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Nazira Hadid, and I am here today as a concerned young woman, a 12-year-old of Palestinian heritage, and as the niece of your esteemed colleague, Deputy City Manager Leila Archuleta Maestas. I stand before you today with a heavy heart and a sense of deep horror as I witness the ongoing genocide against my people. It pains me to see innocent lives being lost, homes destroyed, families torn apart, children dying of starvation, and children being arrested for no reason in Palestine. The images of destruction and suffering haunt my dreams, and I cannot believe why such atrocities continue to happen in this modern world. What is even more distressing is the realization that our government and governments around the world are not only allowing this genocide to continue, but are also funding it. How can we, as a society that claims to value human rights and justice, turn a blind eye to such blatant injustice? How can we justify using taxpayer money to support the oppression and subjugation of an entire population? As a young person, I am told that I am often the future of this world. But what kind of future are we building if we allow genocide to happen unchecked? What kind of legacy are we leaving for future generations if we fail to stand up and speak out against injustice? I urge you, members of the City Council, to use your power and influence to take a stand against the genocide in Palestine. It is not enough to offer empty words of sympathy and condolences. We need action to put an end to this senseless violence and to hold these responsible accountable for their actions. Let us not be complicit in the suffering of innocent children. Let us be silent in the face of injustice. Let us work together so we can build a world where all people, regardless of their race, religion, or nationality, can live in peace and dignity. Stop the occupation, free Palestine, and ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't do that. We try not to either applaud or boo, or everybody gets the same respect. You have the floor.
Hello, my name is John Rafe Snyder, Rafe Snyder, and I'm a 2-year resident of Santa Fe. And I was wondering where that phrase, that motto of Santa Fe, the city different, comes from. And I had just a vision of, well, these people are exceptional. They have a vision, a power of vision. They have a uniqueness about them. Creative, vibrant. That was the sense I had here. But in this time period, I'm here on behalf of the cause of a ceasefire in a place that has not been given a fair hearing on the world in terms of media, but the message is getting around and the images are getting around. And I don't want to see this become the city indifferent. So what does the ceasefire mean? Permanent, complete. It means the halting of the horror, stopping the slaughter, terminating the terror, ending an impulse to annihilate and exterminate. How to desist from this destruction. First, stop the bleeding. Triage. And cut off this crushing cruelty. It is not humanity, it is inhumanity. What is it? It is a kind of virus. What is the immune system? What can we be the immune system? How can we care more? How can we not look away? How can we look straight at it and be pierced? Be moved to leave the endless as abstractions of rhetoric, misinformation, propaganda, to see with our own eyes, not through our own group or clan or tribe, but through the eyes of the human race. We have this in us. We can break through. We can break through now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Has my time started?
It's about to.
Okay. So I am a consumer rights attorney here in Santa Fe, and right now I am about to represent 260 Santa Fe voters who, from all 4 districts here, who want Santa Fe to be an upstanding city and to oppose the genocidal siege of civilians while it is happening right now. Okay, yeah, my name is Todd Weger. While it is happening right now, fueled and enabled by our tax dollars. There was no ceasefire prior to October 7th. There has been a siege on Gaza for 17 years and violent expulsion of Palestinians since before 1948. When they peacefully protest, they are shot. There was no ceasefire on October 6th, but we need one now. Of course, the victims of Hamas's horrific attack on October 7th were 68% civilians, a tragic statistic. Now, as a result of Israel's bombing and all-out siege of Palestine, well over 90% of the casualties in Palestine are civilians uninvolved with Hamas. According to the WHO, there is not a single functioning hospital in Gaza, a direct result of our taxpayer-sponsored bombing and siege. We are now at over 30,000 confirmed Palestinians killed in Gaza, people who did nothing wrong but live in Gaza and represent an impediment to Netanyahu's colonialist project. Palestinian history, of course, goes back far beyond the Ottoman Empire, but even if every Palestinian had moved into Palestine yesterday and were immigrants, would you find it acceptable that more than 30,000 of them were killed in 5 months? Not I. Please listen to your voters, have some common decency, and support the ceasefire resolution, unless you're bought by lobbyists. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nikhil. I'm a Santa Fe voter and a proud member of the Santa Fe DSA. 2 weeks ago, I spoke before the city council and I mentioned the growing movement of ordinary people all around the country that have been making their voices heard for their government to take the side of peace in Gaza. The actions of these people, which have ranged from protests in the streets, protests in the polls, and protests through their local governments, with ceasefire resolutions like the ones being demanded here tonight, have been heard. President Biden has said that he is listening and he has pledged to support a ceasefire in Gaza. Unfortunately, politicians involved with the existing Israeli government have chosen to fight back against this and lobby against within the US political system. If President Biden is being honest about his promises, then I think it is the responsibility of us at the local level to hold him to his word and join with the countless other cities in the country, the hundreds of Santa Fe voters that have demanded that we take the side of peace in Gaza. So I urge the city council to stand on the side of peace, to stand on the side of international law, and on the side of the hundreds of Santa Feans and the thousands of New Mexicans and the tens of thousands of Americans all around the country in demanding that our representatives and our governments at the federal level decide to work towards a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, to work towards the release of hostages, to work towards allowing humanitarian aid into one of the most besieged, one of the densest, most heavily bombed regions of the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gregory Uyghur. I am a resident of Santa Fe. I live in District 2, and I am here tonight to ask the City Council, please, to support an immediate and permanent ceasefire. I believe that is the only right thing to do. The people that raised me and love me taught me that I must explore the unexplored, I must examine the unexamined, so that I can love the unloved, care for the uncared, and attend to the unattended. This is, at this point, I think everyone understands this is not a matter of self-defense. Alienating yourself from the entire international civilized community does not make anyone safer. Bombing children and gunning down starving children does not make anyone safer. Bombing hospitals and destroying every university in Gaza does not make anyone safer. Children should be playing music and finger painting. They should be playing games. They should not be hiding from bombs all of the time and looking for weeds in the ground so that they're not starving to death, eating bird feed. This is not what children should be doing. And we cannot bring back the lives that have been lost. We cannot recover the books, the instruments, the art that's been destroyed, but we can stop supporting this destruction now. We can stop this now. I, as a musician, want to learn about other people and their cultures, and it's hard to do that when the culture is erased. It's hard to learn from people and get to listen to them when they no longer exist. Please support an immediate and permanent ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Guthrie Miller. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Fe in District 2. I'm speaking on behalf of a group called the Henry Winston Society, which is trying to work to create a broad coalition of, you might say, just kind of ordinary people and normal people, working class people that have the normal kind of issues that people like that. And I consider myself in that group, even though I'm a retired scientist. So the world is horrified. The world is horrified, and justly so. You just have to look at the images of children starving to death and families that are every day, doctors and professors are being killed with my tax dollars. This is part of the democratic process. You guys represent me and others here. I want you to take a stand and say, no, not in our name. We want this to stop. Well, that's what I'm asking you. Please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilors, Mayor, my name is Richard Welker. I stand before you today asking you to urgently enact a resolution for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, just like 50 other cities in the U.S. already. The ancient Mayans had a wise saying, I am another yourself. But what we see in Gaza are children who look like prisoners in Auschwitz, bodies shot trying to get food, homes, tents, and hospitals in ruins, and trucks with food blocked by dancing Israelis, soldiers parading on TikTok in captured women's underwear, temples in the US and Canada selling stolen Palestinian land, and a rabbi on Instagram urging IDF soldiers to kill them all, that there are no innocent Palestinians. The victim in one era is now the perpetrator in another. Nazism and Zionism have merged, a quasi-religious state cult devoted to the notion that its members are a victimized superior people who have a biblical right to cleanse the land of vermin. This recreation of the final solution cannot be healed by reason. It is a psychic virus deadlier than COVID, infecting all those who would proudly embrace yet another fascism. That our leaders defy international and domestic laws to misappropriate essential tax dollars to purchase genocide is a level of shame and depravity this nation may take generations to heal. Our complicity is costing us everything. Your actions on this matter may seem not to matter, but I can tell you for sure they will matter to you. We know that for evil to thrive, good men and women need do nothing. We need only to deny the truth that whatever we do to the other, we do to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Abdelhamid Fatih bin Halim. My grandmother and grandfather were from Palestine. They left in 48. And so I've been a displaced person living in New Mexico, and in some ways I've always felt New Mexico was home to me. It was a place for indigenous people is always what I felt. And standing here on unceded indigenous land made me feel like I was a part of this community. And growing up here, we were taught, the Holocaust was a terrible thing. And for me, Holocaust deniers still blows my mind that they exist. In the same way that if it blows my mind to think that people don't think this is a genocide. So I'm asking you to open your hearts and ask yourself why you wouldn't support a ceasefire in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Layla. I am a resident of District 4, and I'm here to ask you to please support a resolution for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. As our federal government is refusing to listen to the millions of Americans who want to see a de-escalation in this horrific violence and an end to U.S. military funding to Israel, it's essential that local governments step up. More than 31,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th, including over 12,000 children. Entire families have been wiped out, and some Palestinians have lost as many as 150 family members. Take a moment to imagine losing 150 of your family members. Of the federal taxes that Santa Feans pay, about $1.4 million per year goes to U.S. military funding for Israel. I do not want my tax dollars to go to bombs and starvation. Here in our community, that 1.4 million could do something really good, like fund the salaries of 15 elementary school teachers, or provide housing assistance for over 160 families for a year, or contribute to healthcare costs for 500 children. So I ask you to please send a message that Santa Fe stands for peace, not genocide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and city councilors. My name is Maury, and tonight I'm here with you as a resident of District 4, a born and raised Santa Fean, and a third-generation Jewish New Mexican. I'm asking you to support a resolution for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. My great-grandfather, Simon Vorenberg, escaped Germany around the time the idea of Zionism was gaining traction among certain right-wing Jewish factions in Europe in response to fascism and Nazism. He eventually made his home in Wagon Mound, was an active member of New Mexico's first Senate synagogue, and contributed to the drafting of the New Mexico state constitution. My grandfather, Morris Vorenberg, fought and nearly died in World War II before moving to Santa Fe with my grandmother and helping to establish 2 of our local synagogues. My family did not raise me to be a Zionist. It is dangerous and anti-Semitic to claim that the only way for Jews around the world to be safe is to give the state of Israel unlimited weapons to commit genocide with no questions asked. The number of children killed in Gaza so far is approaching the number of all children in Santa Fe. How can this possibly be making the world safer? While this issue may seem far away, it affects all of us. Your constituents are asking you to stand on the right side of history by using your voices and your power to advocate for peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Morris Judd, and thank you for listening to me. I have no connection to the Middle East. I have no connection to Judaism or to Muslim. I know very few people in the Middle East, but just as a human being, okay, first of all, that statistic that she just shared with us, that we're reaching the number of children who've been killed in Gaza is the number of children in Santa Fe. My God, I mean, I just don't really understand how everybody is not just heartbroken about what is happening. And I don't understand how everybody is not furious that our tax dollars are being used to fund this. So I'm just here begging you, please, please, please pass a permanent, immediate ceasefire in Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chamber who wants to take this opportunity, please come up now.
My name is Paul Campos. I'm a citizen of Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm here on behalf of the resolution for an immediate ceasefire. What we have is a slaughter occurring before your eyes and my eyes. It's every day, it's incessant, there's starvation, no medicine. I've never seen anything this ugly. It is incredibly ugly. The United States is complicit. Joe Biden is complicit. He's providing the money and the support. You have an obligation to act as human beings. These human beings are being slaughtered. This is not a time for indifference. No more indifference on this body or anybody in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who's here waiting your turn, now would be the time to come forward. If not, I think, Madam Clerk, are there folks in the Zoom area waiting to be called on?
Yes, Mayor.
Let's just take them one at a time then.
Certainly. Neil Turnquist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. I come to you as an educator who works in Santa Fe, who teaches students who live in Santa Fe. Over 433,000 students and 16,000 teachers right now are unable to attend school in Gaza because of the genocide currently going on. This is nothing compared to the mental health toll that is going on for all these students and teachers. As a teacher, I see when my students are in pain. I see what they feel. I see how they suffer. And I am disgusted by what our country is doing right now for these students and teachers in Gaza who are just trying to learn a little bit. Over 2/3 of voters in this country, including a majority of Democrats, Independents, and Republicans, support a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Gaza. This is not a niche issue. This is the American people. We demand a ceasefire. I urge you to vote on the resolution calling for a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, someone else waiting for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Stephanie Benenato.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to sort of bookend with Joe Sheps and talk about something more local, although I also would like you to support the ceasefire in Gaza. I have been contacted by at least 6 people in the past few days about a wall that's sticking out into the alley that actually is no longer a 10-foot wide alley as far as I can tell. And also another structure that's being built at 0 lot line without seemingly a permit, and some other things that have happened in our area. I've sent you photographs and I've made some short descriptions of what's wrong. But I want to join with Joe because if the charter requires you to enforce this, then I'm wondering why code isn't enforced. And when we have a fire that, blazes through our neighborhoods, it will happen in District 2, which is, I believe, the most dense neighborhood and the one where there are a lot of really small lots and a lot of people now have just decided they can build without permits to build to the lot line. The other thing I want to say is that this whole thing about having findings of facts when you dismiss a case through a discussion, that is the appeal case, findings of facts are supposed to be made after you have a public hearing and actually have a full record, not the sort of false, I want to say false really to be very honest, but skewed record that the city attorney presents in some of these cases like mine. And also you have a stenographer, you have recording, And you should all be looking at that before you adopt any findings of fact at all to remind you what exactly did happen. But I would urge you that you can't really make these unless you have at least a limited public hearing, as I have suggested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, there are no other hands raised in,
The Zoom area? Okay. Last opportunity, if you're here and you haven't spoken and you want to, now would be the time to come to the podium. Okay. We go back to regular order, and I believe we, Mr. City Manager, we went to the city attorney, and we'll come back to you, and then we'll go back to regular order. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. I appreciate it very much. Working through a list of things. First of all, our lobbyist, JD Bullington, was here earlier. I also want to just publicly express my thanks for the great work that JD is doing for the city of Santa Fe. You know, I think it was lost on some of the coverage of what was done, that we had a record amount of capital outlay for the city this year. It's extraordinary. And JD's been an excellent partner. And I couldn't be more proud to call him a friend and a colleague, and we're grateful for all he's done for our residents here. Want to thank, I was not here during our last governing body meeting. I was out of town. I want to thank Community Development Director Rich Brown for stepping up and taking over a lot of the signing responsibility for me while I was gone. I want to thank Chief Joy for being in charge of snow duty in case it snowed. I understand it didn't, but I appreciate him stepping up to be ready just in case. I want to offer congratulations to everyone in the city of Santa Fe who was involved in Best Picture winner Oppenheimer. The TV and film industry continues to be a significant economic driver for the city of Santa Fe. Congratulations to Jennifer LeVar Tapia, who coordinates film for the city and the county. And it's wonderful to see snippets of Santa Fe and the region in a Best Picture winner. So congratulations to them. Want to say a thank you to everyone involved in planning the COVID-19 memorial event that we had this last week, particularly Alex Mata, Isabel Sharp, everyone with the fire department, who helped make it a wonderful event. And thanks to the counselors who were there as well and participated. I sent an email out to the governing body earlier today, but just want to flag as well and make sure we're on the same page. Our team right now is working to finalize the schedule for all of the budget hearings that are coming up at the Finance Committee and for the governing body. And I understand at the last governing body meeting, a sufficient number of counselors requested a special meeting to discuss the reserve fund balance for the non-reoccurring dollars that the city has. We're working to figure out how to incorporate that in this whole process and the timing of that. That's a super important thing that we're focused on. We want to ensure there's a sufficient and robust public engagement in the budget process. At the same time, just on the record, we're juggling a number of things that are significant for the city right now. We're, as I said earlier, roughly 62 days and probably now 15 hours away from being compliant with the audit rule and turning in our fiscal year 23 audit. The finance department is finalizing and submitting for your approval the fiscal year 25 budget. They are in the process of instituting the class and compensation study, and they are standing up a new home excise tax, all of which have some significant and statutory deadlines in the next few months. And so I appreciate your patience, as particularly that department is really feeling the weight of a number of significant city priorities at one time. I do want to flag for you all that we had a really productive meeting earlier this week around the advancement of the Lamplighter project. Representative of the city met with DFA Deputy Secretary Renee Ward, their General Counsel Patrick Schaefer, Daniel Werewath, who's now the housing czar, I think is his title, the major advisor on housing issues for the governor, and other members of the local government team at DFA. And it was really just super productive. We're looking to meet with them on a regular basis going forward to see that we can't try to stand up the Lamplighter as quickly as possible. And we're grateful, particularly for Deputy Secretary Ward and Director Czar Warweth. I don't know if it's a real title, but for their leadership and really their commitment to make sure this is a success. So we're grateful for that. What else do we have here? A couple events coming up we want to flag for the public. First, this coming Saturday, we're very excited to have a sneak peek of the new terminal at the Santa Fe Regional Airport. This is a big deal. It is such a contrast, having been in there multiple times, from the space that's there before. This is the first phase. We're already beginning to work on phases 2 and 3. We're engaged in a very exciting partnership with the Gallery Association here in Santa Fe, so that we'll have rotating art exhibits in the airport. And the goal is, frankly, as a continuing economic driver for the city of Santa Fe, we want to make sure that when people land in Santa Fe and they head into town, and when they head back out, they're reminded of Santa Fe's importance to the art world, and that we are an art capital of the world. So we're really excited about that. Hope to have some other future announcements related to the airport soon. But 10 a.m. to noon on Saturday, totally open to the public. Anybody come park out there. They'll let you into the new terminal. It's not open yet, so nobody has to go through security or anything like that. But any and everyone is welcome to come take a look. And I hope you love it as much as I do. Flagging that the weekend after, March 23rd, Saturday, we are hosting the Easter egg hunt and touch the truck event out at the MRC. There has been some public announcement about that already. There'll be more. Again, anyone in the public is welcome. Even if you don't have children, I would encourage you to be there early enough to watch the land rush of children running for eggs. It's quite the sight to see. And just to see the joy in the kids' eyes as they get eggs and gifts and toys. And it's a really wonderful event. And it actually, frankly, is a pretty large lift for the city. There are a number of city employees, community engagement, fire, police, others who are out there hustling and working. So we're thankful for that. I want to offer some thanks to Santa Fe's communication manager, Michaela Beggins, who is leaving the city of Santa Fe this week. She's moving to Flagstaff, Arizona with her partner. And Michaela has done such an extraordinary job of helping to communicate to the public, not about sort of the political things that, end up being in the paper the morning after council meetings, but, the real things that make the city go. What's happened at the library, what's happening with your trash pickup, what's happened at the airport. And we've really seen an increase in public engagement the last couple of years, both on social media, through the various email lists of the city. And a lot of that great work is due to Michaela. And so we wish her well. I've already let her know if it turns out she doesn't like Flagstaff, she's welcome to come back. We'll gladly take her. But we want to say thank you for all that she's done. Two quick things at the end. One on a personal note, I just want to say, in the last week, the country lost a queer icon by the name of David Mixner, who was an early advocate for queer rights across the country, played a significant role in fighting back the Briggs Initiative in California decades ago, was a confidant and colleague of Bill Clinton, helped advocate for queer people serving openly in the military, did a lot of work against the Vietnam War, a lot of work to help fight for people who had HIV and AIDS, and was a co-founder of the Victory Fund, which has helped elect a number of queer people across the country. So I owe him a lot, and queer people across the country owe him a lot. So we're sorry to lose that icon. And finally, I just want to say, and I talked with senior staff about this on our regular Tuesday morning meeting. As I think everyone in the public knows and everyone in this room knows, we did have an officer involved shooting on Sunday. And it's a reminder, I think, for all of us on Team Santa Fe, of the real danger that a lot of our employees face on a day-to-day basis. Clearly, our first responders, our men and women and colleagues who serve in the police department, the fire department, the ARU units, the park rangers, but all of our employees who are working on heavy machinery and equipment, who are working with electrical outlets and electrical currents. We are one family, and it's important that we stand together, and we send all of our love and support to our colleague who was shot on Sunday and to his family. And they're in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. Next item, Madam Clerk.
I believe the next item would be matters from the city clerk.
I believe it is.
Thank you, John. You brought up some matters that I was going to bring up. which is the Easter event on March 23rd. Just want to encourage the public to come out to that. And I also want to say thank you to Michaela Beggins for all the work she's done for the city. We're going to miss her. And I want to wish her well as well. I also want to give a birthday shout out to my daughter Marley, turns 21 on the 20th of March. And so I get to celebrate that day with her. And that's all I have, Mayor.
That's very good. Thank you and happy birthday. I believe the next item is communications from the governing body. And so we'll go to that now. Councilor Garcia, since you are the furthest away, you get to go first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing tonight. Hope everybody's well and see you all soon.
Thank you. Safe travels. And now, Councilor Castro, why don't you take up the microphone?
Yes, thank you so much. I generally try to be brief, but some of the comments from the public have really been difficult in the last few meetings, and I just want to sort of mirror what I've heard today from both my constituents and other members of the community, and also mention why it's so important to me that U.S. imperialism is something that we stand against always. Between 1980 and 1992, 75,000 Salvadoran civilians were killed with a lot of aid from U.S. government. 2.1 million displaced Salvadorans live in the United States now, and over 70,000 are incarcerated currently by who calls himself the coolest fascist in the world. The problems that we see now in our external relations and international relations, we're going to see for generations to come. So let's please stand on the side of peace.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you. I don't have much. I just want to recognize a few special people for their birthdays this month. The first being my son. Gray turned 12 on March 5th. He is a preteen, and it's not as exciting as everyone would think. So, but I love him very much. And happy birthday to him. He's wonderful, but he is becoming a little teen-ish. And then the other one is March 9th, my brother's birthday. My big brother, he's much older than me. I'll just emphasize that, but has been someone who's always shown up for me, has just been such a role model of leadership and determination and taking care of what you need to take care of. So happy birthday to him. And that's it. Thank you.
Very nice. Happy birthday. Councilor Lindell is passing. Councilor Faulkner, why don't you take the floor?
Are we going to have a special meeting on the $39?
We don't do back and forth.
Okay, so then my comment is I would really like to have a special city council meeting on the $30 million.
Or whatever the amount.
Or whatever the amount is, whatever I end up. I also would like to just voice that in the audience today was one of my dear friends, and what is happening in Palestine is awful, and the whole dynamic with that whole region is tenuous always. But I would appreciate us taking some time to reflect on doing a ceasefire resolution. It would give not only the Palestinians an opportunity to find safety as however best they can, but it might also give the world an opportunity to lean into the situation and get resources into that area for everyone who's being impacted.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Merwin.
I don't have anything tonight, Mayor.
Councilor Cass.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Councilor Chavez, you left out one very important birthday in your family, which was yours. So happy birthday on March 3rd. If I talk too much, you know me, I'll cry when it comes to you, but I think the world of you. And so very happy to celebrate another year with you here. And just I'm so grateful for you in my life. So happy birthday. Glad to celebrate you. The only other thing I'd like to say, we're going to miss the Easter egg hunt this year. We'll be out of town for spring break, but it is such a wonderful event. So much fun. So thank you to every single member of the city staff who is involved in putting that on, and do hope that any members of the community who are around will be able to join, because it truly is a really wonderful sight to see, you know, just these like wave of children running towards the eggs and hopefully not hitting each other, which, you know, bunks in the heads a few times, but still a fun sight. So thanks everyone for putting that on. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. March birthdays, huh? Quite a few. I'll take the opportunity to wish my honey a happy birthday next week as well. And then my daughter the following week. So other than that, nothing else. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor.
Sorry, one more. My husband also had a birthday in March 3rd. So I'd like to.
Good to remember that one. Good catch. I will celebrate my daughter Amanda's birthday on the 22nd. You are hiding your birthday from us? Wow. We stand for transparency. You can't hide your birthday. Anyway, happy birthday to Amanda. I don't know if everybody saw this, but we have a cover photo of our very own Jesse Roach, a model for water use efficiency in the West, in a magazine called Municipal Water Leader. Congratulations, Jesse and the whole team in the water department. Work they do for our community is absolutely essential, and it's really always very, very cool when somebody on our team gets external recognition like this. It just, we know how good they are, but now a lot of other people know as well. So very, very pleased about that. I had an opportunity last week. Some of you know I was out of town in our nation's capital with mayors and CEOs from around the country. We were the beneficiaries of a about an hour plus long briefing from the president's national security advisor. We had a presentation from one of the leaders in Saudi Arabia who spoke to us about their role in the region. And I think it's safe to say that not only what we heard about the anguish and anger this evening is shared on all sides. This is a global tragedy that makes everyone's heart break. There are efforts being made every day at the national level to create a ceasefire and a path toward a much better overall peace arrangement in the Middle East. At the same time, we continue to see a war in Ukraine, and a statement this morning in the press from Vladimir Putin that he's fully prepared to engage in a nuclear war if it comes to that. We're seeing, as Councilor Castro mentioned, there's major disruption, distress, gang warfare in Haiti and around the world. I think Santa Fe is a place of peace. I think it's a place that recognizes the value of respect for all parties and of the importance to retain humanity and humaneness as we talk with and to each other, and to look for ways for people in Santa Fe to live peacefully here as a model for other parts of the country and other parts of the world. Whether it involves a resolution or not, I think it really involves a day-to-day practice of behavior and compassion and recognition that people here in Santa Fe need to behave and conduct themselves with great respect for everyone and for all parties. And to carry that into the world is one of the things that makes Santa Fe really the city different. It's how we treat each other and how we conduct ourselves every single day. So, thank you. Madam Clerk, you want to take us to the next item?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is introductions of legislation. The first item is 16A, consideration of bill number 2024-2, sponsored by Counselor Lee Garcia. It's a bill amending section 12-2.1 of SFCC 1987 to replace the 2015 edition of the International Fire Code with a 2021 edition and specify that city code supersedes the adopted International Fire Code, repealing and replacing Exhibit A of Chapter 12.
Counselor Garcia, you want to introduce that?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, as the city clerk read, updating our fire code and taking a look at some of the old code and how updating it with the 2021 edition will help for our city, mostly making us all better, so, and safer.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, the next item to be introduced.
The next item is 16B, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber, Councilor Carol Romero Worth, and Councilor Jamie Cassett, allocating 500 acre feet of water credits to the city of Santa Fe's water bank.
And I think if either or both of you would like to take a minute to address that.
Thank you, Mayor. I just read the executive summary, which is in the memo. This resolution transfers 500 acre feet of water from a surplus of sustainable water supply to the city water bank. This allocation of water would support the water requirements for the development of affordable housing, small development projects, and other city initiatives until the San Juan Chama return flow project becomes operational. And the San Juan Chama return project is expected to become operational within about 8 years. And with that, I think that gives a thumbnail of what this is about.
Councilor Cassett, all good? Next item, Madam Clerk.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Next item is 16C, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Carol Romero Worth, finding the building and premises located at 2069 Calle Contento property to be ruined, damaged, and dilapidated, a menace to the public comfort, health, peace, and safety, and a public nuisance, ordering the owner of record of the property to remove the building rubbish and debris from the municipality or otherwise abate the nuisance, and providing that if the owner does not remove the building rubbish and debris or otherwise abate the nuisance, the city of Santa Fe shall abate the nuisance and place a lien on the property in an amount of the cost of the city's cleanup efforts.
Very good, Councilor Mayor Worth.
Thank you. And I think the caption that was just read pretty accurately describes this. This has been a problem property in this very lovely little neighborhood cul-de-sac for a long time. The city's been working to find the owner for quite a long time and do something to address the issues that have been going on in this nuisance property. So I'm just very happy to finally be at a place where we can bring this forward and hopefully take some action to get some peace in that neighborhood. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Next item, Mayor, is appointments. 21A is Children and Youth Commission, appointment of Crystal Ybarra, reappointment, term ending January 2027. Sarah Amador Guzman, reappointment, term ending January 2027. And Elizabeth Lisa Salazar, reappointment, term ending January 2027.
Your motion?
To approve. Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Faulkner?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Castro?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is appointment of the city historian, Andrew Lovato, appointment with the term ending December 2024.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on that then?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Very excited, yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. Now we have to take something off the table.
Mr. Mayor, I move to remove item 9R from off the table.
Second.
Motion a second to take that item off the table. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. All right. I guess at this point,
Move to approve.
Second.
we get a motion on the table to approve it. Now, I think it would be best to, from my point of view, if we'd start with a overview from Karen, if you want to do it, or Alexandra, whoever is best positioned to just give the public and everyone listening, as well as the governing body, an assessment of how this resolution fits into our mid-town overall plan.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the intention behind this resolution is to just be crystal clarifyingly clear that throughout the disposition process of parcels at Midtown, and disposition means sale, discounted sale, donation, or lease, or below market lease, it sort of can cover a lot of different actions, that we will be very specific in how our criteria for which projects are picked and which developers are picked. Very mathematical, if you will. A weighted criteria is a way to make sure that an overall score is reflecting the values behind the disposition. Those values are expressed in the community development plan. So the resolution sets out to just clarify that those values will be expressed in the disposition of parcels at Midtown.
Thank you, Ms. Ladd.
No, point of information, the motion on the floor is to move as amended or move without the amendment.
You have to move the amendment.
Counselor Romero Worth, did you want to speak to this resolution? Or Counselor Cassett, I'm sorry.
No problem. Sure, I'm more than happy to speak to this resolution. As Director Ladd mentioned, this has been really a long work in progress to figure out how we thread the needle to make sure that we are allowing Midtown to have the market competitiveness that it needs in order to be successful. As well as making sure that we put some guardrails up so that the community development plan that our many community members really took the time to create and we approved is highlighted as we move forward with requests for proposals, that there is an understanding that those underlying values and that community development plan is really going to be driving the decisions that the staff and ultimately the governing, that they will propose to us, and ultimately that would be made by the governing body when it comes to who and what is going to develop and be developed on the Midtown campus. So we were really trying to strike the balance between enough flexibility to realize that this is going to be a development that's going to take a very long time. Many of us, none of us may not be sitting up here anymore at that time. And that the markets may change, that there might be changes in the needs of the community. There might be different things that evolve while at the same time still driving that vision So it's been definitely a really, I think, a very interesting conversation to have about, where is that balance? And how do we really try to describe that within the community development plan and make sure that that is driven while still allowing the flexibility for changes in time, as well as unique scenarios with different parcels, and how we try to make sure that we balance out meeting all of the different values expressed in the community development plan, which affordable housing, of course, is one of them, but we also have a number of other values and desires and developments that have been put forth in the community development plan. So I will stop there, and Counselor.
Councilor Mayorworth?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that was well said. I like the idea of balance. It's very tricky. I think there has been concern in the community that we're not going to accomplish what we're setting out here, both in terms of benefits that we're looking for the community and the affordability that we seek here. And so this helps to hopefully deepen the understanding of how things work or will work at Midtown, but also how we will get what we seek in terms of goals. And as has been mentioned, the community development plan was put together based on community input. And so I think it's something we all want to see achieved. And I think this helps folks hopefully understand how we get to the things that we've laid out in the community development plan and how we achieve the affordability we're looking for. And I think that's all I have. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you. And are you a sponsor of this, Counselor? Do you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. The Councilor Cassett and Romero Worth both covered this well, as did Ms. Ladd, making it crystal clear.
Thank you. Okay.
Mm.
Go ahead, Councilor Castro.
And so, yeah, I think that that's really important that we clarify exactly what's happening at Midtown. It's one of our big developments. It's something that we consider a crown jewel of the city and something that we really want to model the rest of our legislation on. And so in that sort of vein of discussion, I am proposing, along with Councilor Garcia, a few amendments that sort of just clarify what it is that we're hoping to see in terms of both creating a rubric around where these, I would say, more ideological sort of goals around community development and making sure that we have a good place for everyone to live and that we have enough affordable housing. So I'd like to see either in this resolution or in general in our development plan that we have very clear expectations for some of these developments. I hope everyone got those amendments and had a chance to review them, but we are using the community development plan as a model for some of these goals, but I would like to sort of use this language in the future to consider what, for example, excessive rate of return is, because we did talk about that last time we were looking at this resolution. And I really like the idea that if somebody is going to pay a fee in lieu, that they aren't making an excessive rate of return.
Councilor Chavez, did you want to speak?
We need a motion on the amendment, correct?
We have not yet had a motion with regard to the package of amendments.
That next.
So I'd like to move that we take up these amendments that are proposed.
And I see Councilor Garcia's hand is up.
Second.
I think you have to point to direction, move to adopt.
I would like to move to adopt the amendments proposed.
Okay, and there is a second from Councilor Garcia to that motion. I think it would be useful then to, if everybody has them in front of them at this time, we can look at them. And Councilor Garcia, did you want to introduce the changes and walk through them?
Sure, happy to do so, Mr. Mayor. I didn't know if Councilor Chavez was before me. I didn't want to jump in front of her.
No, I want to speak to it after.
Okay. So as folks see that there's basically three proposed, well, there's actually a fourth one that came about because city attorney deemed that it changed the caption, so we had to add some additional language to the caption, but the synopsis of the proposed amendments deal around developing some critically needed tools for such a process. Councillor Castro and I wanted to make sure that not only were we developing tools, but we were developing tools that were transparent and sustainable. And so I'll focus first on the first, be it further resolved. And so it reads that the governing body directs the city manager to work with appropriate city staff to develop a scoring rubric for the purpose of reviewing all proposals responding to city-issued RFPs for housing at the Midtown site. And so a scoring rubric, for those folks that are familiar with reviewing grants, a scoring rubric is used as a tool that ensures consistency amongst reviewing of such proposals, and it allows for those reviewers to have an equitable and consistent process to review what they're actually looking for. And this is kind of in relation to the first, be it resolved, that's currently in there, where it states that RFPs for housing proposals must use evaluation criteria that are weighted to prefer proposals that surpass the minimum inclusionary housing requirement. So this rubric will ensure that they are weighted correctly based upon the review. That's the first one, is to create this rubric tool. Very common practice. It's almost, I've never seen a grant review, RFP review process that doesn't use some type of metric and for its review process. Now, the second, be it further resolved, states that the governing body directs the city manager to work with appropriate city staff to develop an evaluation tool that will define an excessive rate of return threshold per private financial returns for all proposals responding to city-issued RFPs for housing proposals at the Midtown site. So as Councillor Castro noted, this tool will allow for reviewers to determine what is an excessive rate of return that the city of Santa Fe is comfortable with. As noted during our committee meetings, an excessive rate of return can differ based on an individual. And we wanted to make sure we were setting up a process that was transparent and sustainable. That way everybody was well aware of, if a proposal is submitted and there is a rate of return that is not, that the city is not in approval of, then there is the justified reason why we might not move forward with such approval. This sets the baseline in regards to working towards insurance that fee in lieu of is not going to be used as a mechanism just to not develop units. As I think my interpretation of the intention of this resolution is to, if developers are going to use a fee in lieu of process, that we're going to review their financials to understand why they are paying the fee in lieu versus developing the units. Well, this proposal right here will allow for such a tool to be created for us to equitably evaluate such proposals and define excessive rate of return. The last, be it further resolved, states that the governing body directs the city manager to work with appropriate city staff to create an evaluation tool to measure the value of proposed community benefit against the loss of affordable housing units. And so this will allow for such a tool to be created where we can actually evaluate what community proposal or community benefit is being proposed to be developed in lieu of homes, and the public and the governing body can really understand the difference. So for example, if community benefit A is going to cost the developer, I'm going to use numbers just as an example, $100,000 versus developing affordable units for $500,000, it will allow for us to evaluate, is that really fair? And because ultimately we want to set up a fair and equitable process where we're ensuring that the city is doing everything it can to set systems, and not only systems, sustainable and transparent systems that will allow for the development of the much needed affordable housing units on the Midtown campus property. So with that, those are the proposals in a nutshell, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor, and I think your Councilor Castro, who's also signed on for these, wants to address them as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to also bring forward that this is something that I'm really interested in based on some questions I've gotten from constituents. Them not knowing exactly why fees are being paid and what we're getting for them, what the transfer is on that money. And so it'd be a lot easier for us as counselors to answer those questions if we had a rubric and we knew exactly what the number transfer was.
Thank you. I'll take other comments at this time from members of the governing body. Yes, go ahead, Councilor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. So in regards to Midtown, I do have issues with a development of a rubric and evaluation system because of I know that when we review RFPs, or proposals, we're going to, the committee that's reviewing them will have criteria. But for Midtown, that criteria is going to shift and transform as Midtown transforms. So putting this, I am not in support of this amendment because of that. I feel like, we are trying to be very clear, crystal clear. However, crystal clear at Midtown is going to look very different with each type of proposal we're considering. And so I don't think this fits here for this project because of that. I think it's very clear when we have our community development plan, the Midtown Community Development Plan, that this is different because of that reason, because it's going to transform as things are accomplished on this property. Our priorities are going to shift, and how our committee reviews those proposals is going to shift as well. And it needs to, in order to actually meet what we've committed to the community in regards to the Midtown property. As the resolution stands, I think it makes it crystal clear while allowing that flexibility to really meet the need of the community and kind of move with the motion and the transformation of Midtown, which is the only way we're actually going to meet the plans that we've committed to. So I have issues with it being this specific because I don't think it's realistic. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to let other people go around a little bit and then we'll come back to the sponsors.
I was going to respond to that, but I'll wait.
Let's let
Yeah.
the table get set with a whole bunch of things and you can respond to them all at the same time, whether they're positive or critical, doesn't matter. Others who want to be heard on this, Councilor Cass.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So actually some of these we did discuss during the development of this resolution. This resolution's been in development now for, I'd say, about a year, Alexandra, maybe a little longer. It's been a while. So first to the rubric, that was actually something, the scoring rubric, the first, be it further resolved, on the red line, it would be page 3, line 18, be it further resolved that the governing body directs the city manager to work with appropriate city staff to develop a scoring rubric for the purpose of reviewing all proposals responding to city issued RFPs for housing at the Midtown site. We actually, mulled this over quite a bit. And we had a lot of discussion around, again, that balance of flexibility, versus putting in those guardrails. The primary reason that we opted not to go ahead and put in a specific rubric and to have that developed had to do not only with what Councilor Chavez was talking about, is that as Midtown develops over time, but also the specific parcels on Midtown are going to vary. There will be some that will be live work. There will be some that we're looking at 100% affordable housing. There will be some that might be, community benefit on the bottom, housing on the top. There might be some that we are looking for that missing middle. And so because we knew that we were going to be having to really take a scalpel to Midtown, it's going to be a much more precise development of these RFPs. You can't, it's that whole thing, to hammer everything looks like a nail. And here we need to make sure that we have our full toolbox available to us. So this is why we had really discussed this quite in depth and went back and forth. and ultimately decided that we wanted to make sure that our staff, who we trust to follow this out. I think that's one of the big things that Councilor Romero Worth and I frequently came back to every time we felt that we wanted to grab a further hold on this was, do we trust our staff? Which I know can sometimes be hard because all of us who decide to run for office obviously think that we should have some control over things. But really that we do trust our staff to enact the community development plan. And then of course, because in the end, the RFPs and the proposals would be coming to the governing body. If the governing body feels that it is not acceptable, they can vote it down. There is nothing saying that once staff has come forward with a recommendation for an RFP, that it can't be voted down if the governing body at the time feels that this is not in accordance. So that was the first one. And I would say also with the third one, that same idea that things are really going to shift based on where we are in the development of Midtown. And that, this is something I've actually frequently said about the return on investment, is that we cannot financially measure the value of every piece of Midtown. We are, not necessarily going to get our full return on investment. And I have always maintained that's not my priority. And so I would not want to be measuring the value of a community benefit on how much it costs, as opposed to what it brings to getting us forward to that community development plan. So if we have plenty of people that are building us buildings, and what we really need is open space, because we know that open space is highly valued in this community, potentially more than what the dollar amount takes to develop it. And if we have a developer that has the capabilities to do that, I want our staff to have that availability and to really negotiate that with them, to again, make sure that we are being very precise in what we're looking for. The second one, the excessive rate of return. In a minute, I will turn to you all to talk a little bit more about that and understanding from industry. But in a broader sense, one thing that I have really seen over the last 4 years and however many months is a conversation that I think we need to get away from, which is this idea that all developers are greedy, money hungry, and that they're going to take us for all we're worth. I think that's a very dangerous narrative that has percolated throughout our community. I know that the development community frequently says that Santa Fe is a hard place to work in, and that they count us out, and that sometimes that means that we do not get the necessary housing that we need. This, goes back to the whole conversation of why we decided to try a different model for the inclusionary housing, because when there was no other option for rentals and having to build the inclusionary units, they simply said, Santa Fe's out of the market, we're done. And we didn't have any rental units built for about a decade, Dr. Ladd. She's nodding yes for those at home. And how we continue to recognize that this has to be a public-private partnership. Now, again, we will be getting those financials for anybody that has a proposal for a fee in lieu of. And it will be at the discretion of the governing body as to whether or not the proposal is worth it, if it brings the value that it needs to bring. And I do think that it sends a very dangerous message to anybody that would want to be developing on Midtown, that we are going to cap your potential profit. I'm not even sure we would be able to do that, given how things may develop and turn over. And how, we've talked about the covenants, we've talked about, these pieces. And I think that it really is a balance of making sure that we are putting in places our opportunities for providing the community benefits, that we have that floor of 30% affordable and that we put in the, in those agreements that that stays affordable and that we can, make sure that that lasts for, a while. And I'm not sure exactly how many years, but I know we've talked about, 99-year leases that we have these covenants on. While also recognizing that we cannot do this alone. We cannot do this without investment from developers, from the business community, and Midtown will fail. And that is, I think, the number one mistake we could make is trying to, grab a hold of Midtown so much that we strangle it. And I think that it is a tricky needle to thread. And it will take continued oversight from the governing body. It's going to take continued work and tweaking from our staff who, they have backgrounds and professions in this. And so how we, again, really make sure that those values are expressed, but also allow some nimbleness for future governing body members, for our staff, for future staff, and for the community to really create a vibrant benefit that, but to take the word community benefit, but the larger benefit of what Midtown could be. I do also know that there are some challenges in terms of kind of the changing tides of development and the market that kind of make excessive rate of return, that it could be a challenging numeric to capture. I don't know if either of you might be able to speak to that, or Director Brown, you're here as well. But I know we've had some conversations around some of the things that change and how that can make it hard to define some of these things that we did discuss. So I will turn it over to whichever one of you would like to discuss this.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett. Yes, so I think one might be able at any given time from my position to be able to look at the market and sort of understand objectively at that moment what a rate of return might be that's appropriate given interest rates, given rents, given costs. But that marker is going to change all the time over time. So I can evaluate a number of proposals and I can understand where a rate of return at 15% might be an appropriate benchmark today. But next month, it's not going to be the appropriate benchmark because all of the other factors that go into the development, interest rate being one of them right now. So I just went through this process of trying to understand very comparably to what you're all discussing right now. And the information that I had to understand whether or not the developer was getting an adequate rate of return, I went back to our financial advisors and asked them, and they said, nope, things have changed. The market has changed, and now the interest rates have gone way up, and now we're seeing investors needing a much higher rate of return. So it's constantly in flux. You can kind of have a standard that you can evaluate multiple proposals against each other or multiple offers, but it's always changing over time. So we do need that flexibility to move with the market, to move with the project, to find that sweet spot.
Wonderful, thank you. And I think maybe the most important piece that you just mentioned was that you were able to get the information in that given moment with this given set of circumstances about what a expected adequate appropriate rate of return is. And would you say that in the future, that will be something that the governing body, when they are deciding on RFPs, that we'll be able to get that information and have this conversation with either you or your predecessor or however long we're developing this. And that's something that staff would be able to provide to governing body as you're assessing RFPs as well as bringing forward recommended proposals, as well as advising governing body on why this was the proposal that was chosen.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Cassett, I think the appropriate time is when we bring in that proposal, that it's finally sort of negotiated, because there is a lot that gets like the model that we have is having an RFP, selecting someone, and then going into a negotiation period.
Mhm.
And a lot happens through that negotiation period where we can look at the proposal and look at the various things and sort of dial it in. So I think the appropriate time to bring that evaluation and recommendation is when we bring the development agreement forward to the governing body.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Ladd?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Cassett, I also just wanted to add that I think Counselor Garcia makes a really good point, which is that you never give away resources without having a very transparent way of showing how the proposal or the application was evaluated and judged. You know, this is complicated. I mean, Karen's just talked about a certain aspect of the complication, but we also are using the community development plan, which looks at, everyone's heard of, you know, the bottom line, but it looks at 4 different areas of a bottom line, and only one of them is financial. So we're going to be balancing a lot of different aspects every time a proposal comes to us. And I do want to assure the counselors who brought forward the amendment that it is very, very important that this is a transparent process, that every single proposal is goes through the same evaluation process, and there's not like a different system used for this proposal versus that one if it's, you know, obviously for the same project. So I think that is really an important point. And I realize that because that's how I conduct my business at the Office of Affordable Housing, that it might not be as apparent to the rest of the world that of course we're going to do it that way. So I do want to just point that out, that I think the clarification is very, very helpful. And we may want to be a little bit careful about what kind of language we memorialize.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Director Ladd. I appreciate that. Because as I had mentioned, you know, when we were talking about or talking about this aspect, that was one of the things that you had brought up. And so you're right. I think we do take it for granted that maybe that is understood, that is absolutely part of the process. And again, the counselors will be able to see those the request for proposal and the rubrics and the evaluation criteria that were utilized. And those, of course, will be posted publicly. So the public will also, once those RFPs are released, you can go onto your website and you can take a look at the RFPs on what is being asked for. And then, of course, when it comes forward to evaluation, we have the opportunity to really dive in and see the proposals and how they were rated and our opinion on how they were rated as well. I don't think I have anything further at this time. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll yield the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think Councilor Lindell and then Councilor Faulkner, Councilor Merriworth wants to weigh in. Councilor Garcia, you want to get in on this? Good fun. We'll get down to you then, sir, in a bit. Councilor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to talk about a couple of things, maybe ask a couple of questions. Ms. Ladd, how long was it that we went waiting for apartments to be built until we put in the fee in lieu?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, we had about a 10-year period where we did not have new market rate development initiated. We had some units finish up, and we had quite a few subsidized properties.
Yeah, thank you. So the concept of excessive rate of return, I have no way of really defining that. And in the economy today, you know, you can go on to any news site and this group says we're teetering on a recession. This group says, no, we're probably going to have a soft landing. We're not in the most stable economy that we've ever lived through. And I would remind folks that we haven't had people beating down the door on the RFPs that we've put out for people to come in and put vast amounts of money into this property. if we want to do an excessive rate of return, do we also want to put in a floor of, well, we won't allow you to lose more than this amount? We're asking people to take a lot of risk, and I don't know what an excessive rate of return is. I mean, what might be an excessive rate of return for you would be not a excessive rate of return for someone else. It's a lot of risk. The other part of it is when you start to cap the rate of return, I think financial institutions, they may go, what? You have a cap on what your rate of return might be? I'm worried about people getting financing when we put that in. We already have a lot of criteria on this property that people have to meet, aside from the financial responsibilities of it. We're asking them to take on already social responsibilities in developing on this property. It's a lot to take on. It complicates things. All of those things cost money. What's a reasonable developmental spread? I don't know. Is it 10%? Is it 8%? Is it 15%? What's the industry standard that we see projects of this size returning? I don't know the answer to that. We have industry standards for, I talked about it in finance the other night. The industry standard for percentage of design and engineering as compared to build cost. Phrases like excessive rate of return, I think, make developers run for the border. And we don't have that many people running toward us right now to put more criteria on people. I don't think it's wise. I think we have criteria. This puts a clarity on the criteria that we already have, crystal clear clarity. And I think it's overly burdensome. And I think that banks will find it overly burdensome, and I think developers will find it overly burdensome. And I also don't think it's necessary. I don't think that this is a get-rich-quick scheme over there at Midtown. That's not what we've seen so far. And I don't have any indication that things have changed dramatically, other than the economy is, some people would tell you right now that, unemployment rates and interest rates, it's kind of an unsure time. So I'm just not able to put more criteria on this project. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Faulkner.
There's a couple places where I have a little bit of concerns. I've worked, one of the first consulting jobs I had was a community outreach person for developers. And the development process is more complicated than it seems. The financing that goes into how you put together a development project is super complicated. So I do have concerns around how more complicated this might become. And I also think that as our city moves through the years, what we consider to be priorities and how we prioritize, setting something like locked in stone might make it difficult for the city to be flexible through administrations or through changes in the city's culture. And then the other part where I tend to be more conservative is I'm not certain I like the idea that we might be kind of hinting at telling private business how much profit they can make. And I've never been a fan of that. Our city's already pretty difficult for businesses, because we have things like NIMBYism and other things that make it complicated. But I don't even think legally we could tell someone how much profit they can make. But my concern would be that there would be a tendency, if we defined it a certain way, that there would be a tendency that that could then be used to then try to determine how much of a profit private business could make. So those are some of the concerns I have.
Thank you, Counselor. I think I will just go down the line, Counselor Mayorworth, then Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Just some questions maybe to help the public understand some of this. I mean, there will be a scoring rubric, correct? And maybe they're nodding yes, and if you're watching, the camera's not on you folks.
Can I piggyback on your question for 1 second?
Sure.
I think another way of phrasing Counselor Mayorworth's question is not there will be. We always use scoring rubrics for all RFPs. We've done it for every project at Midtown since we started evaluating potential partners in every aspect of Midtown. There is a scoring rubric. The rubric is a numerical device to actually rank proposals. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, that is a fair statement. And then we take it one step further by weighting the criteria so that it's not enough to get full score in any specific criteria. You want to get full score in the most important one. And so that enables us to also prioritize a project that maybe that scores higher in a higher prioritized area.
And the nature of what we're scoring and the weight we give will probably change with both what we're developing and what other development has already occurred and what things we're trying to achieve on any particular parcel.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, that is true.
Okay, so that's, I guess, why I have trouble with developing one, because I think we have them. We're going to have them. We always have them. And what they look like is going to be highly situational. In the resolution, we do call for getting a financial, I forget what we call it, a review, what do we call it? A financial, an economic analysis, and there's the word, that clearly indicates the financial infeasibility of constructing inclusionary units on site. And it says an analysis that the proposed alternative will result in higher levels of housing affordability on another parcel at the Midtown site, or development proposal that yields expanded community benefits as those benefits are described in the Midtown redevelopment plan. So can you speak, and again, part of the reason for bringing this resolution forward was to try to deepen the understanding and crystal clarify how this whole process works, right? So some of that, that economic analysis, those are things that will inform us how the developer is looking at a particular project and may inform our negotiation with that developer on maybe, okay, we can't get this, but we could get that. Can you speak to that in better terms than because of your experience?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, I mean, I actually think you described it really well, because what we will do through that analysis and what we've done in the past when we've had developers propose an alternate compliance, the demonstration of the need for the whatever's being requested, it really has to be based on data. It really has to be based on numbers. It's quantifiable. And then there's a little bit of art that comes into it too, which is, maybe we're looking at a site at Midtown that's close to the Arroyo, and the developer's proposing to do a whole rainwater catchment area with a pollinator garden. Well, that's a really big benefit for people who get to enjoy it and for the animals that will use the habitat. And, so we'll be able to judge those, both, the demonstration that it's infeasible, but also in the other direction, why a proposed alternative better meets a different priority for the site.
Yeah, and actually, I think you use better words, alternative compliance and better priority for the site. I mean, that's the depth of your experience, I think, to be able to articulate it that way. And I guess it's also like, if you have a particular, to just speak a bit about the rate of return, I mean, we may have a parcel that does get a good rate of return, but it also may be giving us a good benefit. Both of those things are possible, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, absolutely. I mean, our nonprofit developers, they make money, and they have to make money because they have to pay their debts back, and they have to pay their staff, and they have to support their operations so they can expand and provide even more benefits for more people down the road. So it's absolutely part of this.
And so I guess the other piece is, like, to the extent that we're concerned that something's going to be out of hand, can you speak a little bit to, where the checks are? So a proposal will come forward, a disposition plan, and you can give me the words better, a disposition agreement or contract will come forward that we will review and we have to approve. So if it's out of whack in some way, really egregiously, this body serves as a check on what you all have worked on if there were to be something really out of whack. I mean, I think Councilor Cassett spoke a little bit about, we need to trust you all, the subject matter experts, the professionals in this area. But then, when the disposition comes to us, we are the ultimate authority to approve it. But there'll be lots of steps that go on before it gets to us. And I don't know, maybe you could outline those briefly or help illuminate how we ensure that, what happens is going to be a good thing on balance. And I think that's something else Councilor Cassett talked about, is that we're trying to balance a lot of things. So I don't know, I complicated the question with my own little sidebars. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, I think I can draw on past experience when we had a developer who was developing a project that had a really, really specific business plan, in that they were targeting a certain age group. And they felt like if they had to both restrict prices of some of their units and deal with an already limited market, because they had this specific target group they were building homes for, that it was going to be really, really hard for them to make their project financially feasible. So they proposed an alternate compliance, which was to purchase a neighboring property that was zoned for multifamily and then donate that property to the housing trust to build 87 units of tax credit homes for income qualified renters. And they had to do a whole study to show that that was meeting a huge need in the community. So it was an entire study that looked at rental rates and the numbers of affordable rentals and how many renters were in those income brackets and needed those units. And so by the time it came to the council, we had so much documentation for the council to feel comfortable that this was, but it was a council's decision. I pretty much, my job was to bring the information to the council and for the council to look at it and decide whether this was reflecting the best for the public, the best in the public interest, the best use of public resources, and whether the most needs could be met through this alternate compliance.
Right. And so that speaks to the level of review you are conducting. And then it comes to us, and then we provide another layer of scrutiny and ultimate authority. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Romero Worth, that's correct. And then we also will have the MRA function too, to look at some of the more financial, technical aspects. So it'll really go through, it'll go through many sets of eyes and brains.
Right, right, which I think is a good thing. And I'm concerned that these amendments that have been offered, just screw it down a little too tight when we already have all these layers of review and minds and we want this to be successful. So there is a balance here about what we're requiring to get what we're wanting to see and achieve. And I think you mentioned it, and I believe, I don't know if you can speak to this, but that we have more than one bottom line. And I believe we, in the plan, don't we call them pillars?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Romero Worth, we do call them pillars. We also refer a lot to values and all of the community input that went into those.
Right. So, and I don't know, can you maybe give examples of some of those? Again, part of this resolution was to be a teachable moment of things. I know you don't have the plan in front of you, but just kind of some of the other things that we're trying to get and measure and benefit.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Romero Worth, I want to start off by saying that after the many months, years of the engagement process, which was not driven by the city, this was driven by community groups. The message that came through was we want a place where we have opportunity. We want a place where we can take our kids for a picnic and to ride their bikes. We want a place where we can get jobs. We want a place where we can have educational experiences. We want a place where we can go see a play. We want a place where we can go see a movie. We want a place where we feel welcome. So it's kind of this idea that access to opportunity means a lot of different things. And it's also, and to the extent that we can embody it in this place is really the intention behind our development process. We want people to feel welcome. Some people may not need to live there, but they might really enjoy going to a play there, that kind of thing. So the plan lays out in those pillars, I'm going to probably forget one, economy. So we want economic opportunities for folks. Environmental, we want it to be built sustainably. We want to use porous pavement. We want to take care of stormwater runoff. We don't want high water uses, high water use landscaping, all that kind of thing. Culture, we want people to feel welcome. We want there to be events that satisfy the cultural heart in all of us. And okay, that's 3. And equity, which is where the affordable housing piece comes in.
Right. Thank you. I think that was helpful. And I'll leave it there. I think it's ambitious. And I think I hear Councilor Lindell's caution to us about, we don't want to put so many layers on this that we discourage people from wanting to play with us at all. And so that is a really tricky thing. But we do want to make sure that we're getting that we're achieving the ambition and what the community has said they want to see. And it's going to be an amazing place, I think. We just need to keep moving forward. So thank you. I appreciate the examples and the thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lee Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Really, how we talk about projects as they come through, how many projects would theoretically come to this level for approval? Just about every one of them? Is it because we're changing zoning?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, any land disposition has to come to the governing body. So that's pretty much the whole parcel.
But so for every land disposition, is there always going to be what we're going to do with this property? Is there going to be a full development plan, so to speak, presented at that time?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, the entitlement process to go through the development plan approvals you know, as you remember it well from your days on the planning commission, to get to a building permitting stage. There are parts of that process that are a little bit parallel to this process, but generally the disposition is almost the first step. It's the selection, and then it's conditional. So it says, okay, we love your proposed project, which is going to be a little bit more conceptual. And then as Director Iverson noted, we begin the negotiation process, and that can be very technical and take some time. But during that process as well, the developer's doing their due diligence, and they're trying to figure out, gee, are there any surprises of this site? You know, what are the unknowns to the site? They're getting their financing lined up. So they're kind of doing all that process as well as developing the concept to get to the point of having a buildable plan. So then the final disposition is always contingent on them getting those approvals, because we wouldn't obviously want to give away the land and then, oh, they couldn't get planning commission to approve it because they had a big flaw in their design that nobody saw, and now, you know, they have this parcel. So it's all kind of interwoven as a process.
Thank you. I think that, you know, I was in support of excluding the fee in lieu of for this Midtown project. And I'm a firm believer that most developers can pencil it in and make things work. They really want to build a project and they really want to contribute. Where I'm having a few issues with this amendment personally, where I do feel like there is maybe some rubric issues, or not rubric issues, but some guidelines to follow, which I know we have. The issue I'm having with this amendment is just, you know, calling for a threshold on private financial return. And I think that's the biggest area of where you know, we get into some very sticky areas, and I think it makes it very, very hard. Yeah, I see this project going very far into the future. It's going to take a long time to do this. And I think the quicker we can kind of get past this, because it is costing the city tremendous amount of money day by day. And I see that. And so, you know, I'm on the one hand, I like some of the things in this amendment, but I'm having some issues with that area of, you know, because somebody brings forth financials. Okay, well, not everybody is going to want to do that, because that's opening up their books to everybody. And again, I get it. They are utilizing or having access to public property in which we owned. And I think that's the reason why this amendment was brought forward. But those are my concerns. And so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Counselor. And I think you'd asked for the opportunity, and I think Counselor Garcia's hand is up as well. And I know you've been taking notes.
Sorry, I'll try to respond to as much as I
But I
possibly.
thought the idea of setting the table fully rather than having one-offs would be a better way to go about it. So why don't you take the floor now, Counselor Castro, and then Counselor Garcia next, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Okay, so I wanted to clarify a couple things. We are not tying any numbers to this because we know that it moves, right? What we're looking for really is a definition so that we can come back to the community and say, this is what we're looking for when it pencils out. This is what it means that it didn't work, and so they're able to pay the fee in lieu. And all of this conversation is specifically for developers who choose to pay the fee in lieu. And in particular, I'm really interested in the community development being for the people that we are intending it for. So I did a lot of questioning and talked to neighbors. A lot of folks don't feel comfortable going to the Midtown area, and I know that will change if they don't live there. So talking to people in the community as community benefit, I think, is a little bit idealistic, and that's wonderful. We want them to use the space. But mostly, we're making this for the people who are going to live there. And so we want to make sure I want to make sure I understand better this floor of affordable housing to make sure that there is 100% going to be affordable housing in this Midtown development without exceptions. Is that the case?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Castro, that is the case. That is memorialized in both the Midtown, what's it called? There's two Midtown plans, the master plan. Sorry, it's a little late. Master plan and the community development plan.
So that's one of the things that I think we're trying to address here, is making sure that this is a mixed development and the folks that are being benefited will be of mixed income. The other thing is that I know this body chose not to do away with fee in lieu. And so it's hard for me to say, yes, I'm going to trust that the governing body is going to do the will of the people. From what I heard, and this is anecdotal from my constituents, is that people do not actually like the fee in lieu. I understand that there are complex issues around how it works and how much the market might need it. I think we're in a really particularly hot housing market, and I don't think that folks are, necessarily going to lose money on building homes in Santa Fe, being that we are also looking to expand other facilities. There's going to be lots of jobs. I think that the housing market in Santa Fe is going to be at least a little bit stable. I am also concerned that we are really looking at making it easier for developers to possibly, and this is just in a terrible scenario, worst case scenario, pay the fee in lieu, not build affordable housing, invest just a little bit of money in creating an open space and getting a gigantic return. And so that's sort of what these amendments are looking to avoid, and at least let us know. We don't want to set a necessary number or a necessary percentage, but we do want to understand that the investment that this community is making, both in land and in resources, is being used for the people that it's intended.
Thank you, Counselor. And I know Counselor Michael Garcia, your hand is up, sir. So you were probably taking notes as well, and you've got some responses.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to set the table in regards to historically what the fee in lieu has done for our city in regards to affordable housing development. As noted by some of my colleagues, yes, there was a delay in development over a decade ago, and that is when the fee in lieu of process was implemented. And so to put some numbers that really shows how the fee in lieu of began to skew the process of the affordable housing development decline in the city of Santa Fe. From 2016 until 2021, the city collected $1.6 million in fee because housing units were not developed. You ask how many housing units? 197 affordable units were not developed. That averages out about to $8,000 per unit that was not developed. Those are 197 homes where Santa Feans can be living in today. And that is 2021. What happened in 2022 and 2023, I'm sure those trends continue to stay the same. And that is why I've heard loud and clear from my constituents that we have to reevaluate this fee in lieu of program that we have. And in particular, with the Midtown campus property where we own the property, we have that extra tool to ensure that affordable housing is developed. Now back to tools. These amendments are all about the development of tools. These tools are to help staff. I don't believe anybody said that we don't trust staff. These tools are actually here to help staff, to take the pressure off of staff and really having to make that determination in regards to what is financially feasible. I know as somebody who has reviewed grants for nearly 2 decades, having a foundation to review against allows for equitable review. And when reviews are questioned, you can refer back to a tool such as what's being proposed. Now, there are some comments made around the city should not step in and begin to prevent profit from being made. I completely agree with that in the sense when it's private entity and private business. But this is public property. This is taxpayer-owned property. The question I pose is, how much profit should be made off of taxpayer property? What is excessive? What would be considered excessive? As noted by some of my colleagues earlier, they couldn't define it. That's why we're proposing to define it, because something comes back before us to the governing body. And if we can't even determine what excessive profit is tonight, how are we going to determine that when something comes before us for a final approval? As Councilor Castro noted, we're not saying that multiple rubrics can't be made. We're saying these tools need to be developed as part of this process. Now, there's been talks about leases, 99 years leases. I mean, I'm glad that we're talking about that, but from what I've heard is the intention is to sell this property, not lease it. And if the intention is to lease it, then as I mentioned in a previous meeting, let's include that type of language in this resolution, that there also be a weighted preference for lease versus sale of property. Because again, this is public property. This is an investment for the taxpayers of Santa Fe. This is not only an investment for now, this is an investment for future generations. Now, if we don't approve these amendments, I'm concerned that we will set up a process where it is now left up to individual interpretation without any guardrails being set in regards to what an excessive rate of return is at that moment of time. You know, what a rated criteria against public benefit versus housing units. Because I think at the end of the day, I heard loud and clear from residents across the city that they want affordable housing units to be developed on that property. They do not want to see a fee be paid to not develop units on their property. We have to remember, this is their property. So with that, I call the question, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor, I think there were some conversations. I apologize if you were picking up static because a couple of the colleagues were saying they were ready to vote as well, sir. So appreciate you doing that. There is a motion on the floor to amend.
Okay, we have to, to call the question, you gotta, I'll
You have
second.
to vote on that.
You have to vote on the call of the question.
Okay. There's a motion to call the question. Let's vote on the motion. No? Aaron's looking at me skeptic. We have a second.
Okay, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
You know what a call the question is?
Calling the question.
So a call the question means that we say debate is done. It is now time to vote. There is no more debate on this topic that we're discussing.
No.
Counselor Travis,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to move this amendment insertions, and that's what we've been debating. So a yes vote would include this amendment, a no vote would not. If you would call the roll, please.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Travis,
No.
Counselor Faulkner,
No.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
No.
Counselor Romero Worth,
No.
Counselor Cassett,
No.
Mayor Weber,
No.
motion did not pass.
Okay, we now have a main motion, which is to adopt the resolution that is before us. Let's call the roll on that motion.
Counselor Travis,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Abstain.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. Thank you, everybody. I believe, Madam Clerk, am I correct? That completes our agenda for this evening?
We are done, sir.
Thank you. In that case, this meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.